Hello, and welcome to another one of these streams. It has been a day and a half, to put it somewhat mildly, on the internet. First off, welcome everyone, welcome. We're gonna ease into the topics at hand today. I figured a change of wallpaper was necessary, given the fact that my previous wallpaper was, Venom. We're not dealing with Venom today. We're dealing with Superman. And a lot of Superman apparently too. There's a few housekeeping things I want to discuss. First off, I did not mention this last week, I don't think, but I do want to give a quick shout out to a YouTuber who gave me a shout out in one of his videos. Someone I did mention, someone I didn't. So whenever a YouTuber gives me a shout out, usually it's like, oh, I mentioned them in a video and they want to respond or what have you. I do want to give a quick shout out to a very obscure YouTuber, you probably never heard of him before, named Angry Joe, who gave a positive shout out to me in his Ironheart review of the show Ironheart. While I don't know if I necessarily agree with Angry Joe's opinion of the show, I do appreciate the shout out and his commentary. I thought it was really appreciated. June the King is another one I have to give a shout out to, because he cited me as a academic, as a reference in his Jello Apocalypse vid. One of my earliest streams, I might add. I feel like just the mic. I'm not sure if I'm coming in clear or not. Not sure if my mic's coming in clear or not. I do wish that. Okay, that's coming in too loud. I do wish that June the King chose a more recent stream of mine to cite in something, but what are you gonna do? That's how it works. What are we torturing with you today? We're gonna be tortured a lot today, for better or worse. I'm expecting a decent crowd tonight, because we're gonna have the rematch of the last 6 months, which will be fun. I do want to point this out. I saw this on the I'm gonna bring it up. I posted this on the internet, but there is a very interesting image I found. Look at the image. Open up image, new tab. Here we go. This image right here I found on the Shadiversity subreddit, and basically it's a timeline of events. I'm not sure if you can see this clearly or not. Let me make the screen a little smaller. I'll have to adjust. So it starts with Shad's Night Watch video. Then it goes to my reaction to it. Then his reaction to me, then my reaction to him, and then his reaction to me on his Shadiversity channel. And I just enjoy seeing the ratio. I like big numbers. Also, another big shout out today to myself, because something very incredible has just happened. If you take a look at the right next to my name, everyone in chat right now, look directly below the screen at my name. Do you notice a different number there than usual? That's right, we have hit 90,000 subscribers on YouTube. It is absolutely incredible to know that. So between getting shout out by someone who I watched since I was, back in high school, getting cited as an academic reference in June the King's video, someone who was instrumental in helping deconstruct Lily Orchard's hold on the internet, and hitting 90,000 subscribers, it is quite the day indeed. So I am very happy about that. This is an incredible day for me, and we're gonna cap it off by watching people I can't stand talk about a movie they know nothing about and a character they know nothing about. So it's gonna be fun. Okay, so Auto Johnny, thank you for the super chat. Outside of the Man of Steel comic where Kal-El's rocket ship was a birthing matrix so he can be born on American soil, Superman has always been an immigrant. That is so true. And as I mentioned before in my video about Superman, the immigrant story is very deliberate in terms of how it plays into Superman's whole narrative. The creators of Superman, they were either immigrants themselves, or either an immigrant or the son of immigrants. So, and even their family immigrated from Russia, so it works out. Like all from Europe, Russia, Canada. Friend of the channel, Crimson Ender, was very quick to point out how Schuster was, in fact, a Canadian citizen. He seemed very proud of that. A lot of Canadians are very proud of their heritage. So shout out to all Canadians in chat. Shout out to you. Shout out to Canadians. You guys are great. I have a Canadian family, so it all works out, I guess. Mm. Absolute Superman is peak fiction. I do love Absolute Superman, but I'll be honest, so far I've really dug Absolute Wonder Woman quite a bit. Absolute Green Lantern also is pretty good. Like nice little horror vibes. And little Majin Buu influence in that one as well, which I'm always down for. More of a Supergirl fan. That's fine. Supergirl's great. Well, I mean, the thing is, and we're going to be talking about this a lot, I'm going to be repeating details about Superman and his lore all tonight, because we have several videos lined up that I've seen. I've been just taking a look at some of them. My best bet is it's going to end up being kind of like we did last week, where we just kind of go through as many as we can before I completely break under the pressure of trying to find all of them. By the way, also want to have another shout out right now. I mentioned this on the channel posts. However, I did appear recently in another video. That one being Andrew Blewett's Final Fantasy IX retrospect. Let me bring it up real quick. So he reached out to me, asked if I could read a Nietzsche quote, and I was like, yeah, sure, here you go. Let's do some Nietzsche. And if you haven't seen the video yet, mind you, I do recommend you watch my video first, and we finish the stream first before you start watching it. But we have right here, I get it lined right here perfectly, Final Fantasy 13, Final Fantasy 9. For the 25th anniversary of Final Fantasy 9. One of those games that I truly, deeply enjoy and wish that I could replay again. In fact, I might just. I have some time this week to do so. If you haven't seen my bonus video today, you should do that. It's on Jurassic Park. I released a little bonus video. It's supposed to come out Sunday, but I had too little time on my hands to do so, so we had to delay it slightly. Random question: if Superman and Sailor Moon could meet each other, how would a friendship form? Very organically. They're basically the same. They're basically very similar in a lot of ways. JDA talks. John Delarose. John Delarose called him called James Gunn a political shill. I'm gonna have to make fun of JDA for a while. These are my oldest. A lot of people don't know this about me. I've been online for a very long time, and a lot of these older figures like John Delarose, I've bumped heads with at least once or twice. John Delarose in particular, he and I have been on the outs with each other since I was a writer for CBR. He's a character. He tried to, and when I say the word groom, I don't mean like in that kind of way. I mean more like he tried to groom me to be more like someone under his wing. When I first started writing, he would like reach out and contact me and like, oh, this is a random guy, I don't know who you are. And then as I found out more, I'm like, oh, he's actually just a terrible person who's trying to manipulate a young writer to his under his influence to use them. So it didn't work out that well for him. But yeah, no, not very good. Don't show the wife. Oh yeah, no. And John Delarose, of course, is an abusive husband who has had a restraining order issued against him by his wife and kids. Complete monster. That bears saying every time. I digress. Also, we're getting Phoenix and Marvel Rivals. That's pretty cool. And Blade. Can't wait for that. Adrian Parchman. By the by, Zack Snyder and James Gunn guest starred in the recent Rick and Morty episode too. Yes, I was aware of that. And I do know they voiced themselves, which is great. I love that. I always find it funny people act like Zack Snyder and James Gunn are enemies or rivals, something like that. But they're really good friends in real life. People may not remember this. James Gunn and Zack Snyder collaborated on Dawn of the Dead, which is one of the better horror remakes of the 2000s. Not without flaws, but pretty good. Oh, User225, thanks Super Chat. Hey Ant, love the Dutch angle on your webcam. Looks like your house is built in a slope. That door is looking nice and diagonal. Well, it's funny you said that because the door action was collapsed not too long ago. The previous owners of the house, they ended up doing some DIY work that had to be fixed recently. And what happened was they had knocked down a load-bearing column, which is very interesting. And when they did that, we had to go and rebuild it, essentially, because the air conditioning in the attic was starting to dip down a little bit. It was trying to press down on the ceiling, and was going to cause some of the doors to buckle inward. Thankfully, we got it in time. Nothing bad happened. No damage done. But we only realized it was happening because some of the doors were delaminating, which is to say, splitting along the circumference. Because that happens when the door closes and there's like a little friction there. Builds up, builds up, builds up. It causes some splittage, which, happened. It's really not good. But we figured it out, so it all works out. Who don't I like? I'm seeing in comments there. Who don't I like? I'm confused. Kevin Feige. Who are we saying I don't like? Oh, I'm not a big Zack Snyder fan in terms of his filmmaking, but I do like I feel like I like him as a person, but I don't like most of his films. George A. Romero. Anthony, I'd like to hear your thoughts on George A. Romero's Tales from the Dark Side. Well, I mentioned it in my children's horror video a little bit, Tales from the Dark Side. Though I do have to say, I think Tales from the Dark Side, like every anthology horror show, is always going to be a mixed bag. They're good episodes, they're great episodes, and they're not so great episodes. Tales from the Dark Side, I kind of like the vibe, though. It is definitely like that kind of cheesiness, but I dig it. I like it. I like it enough. With James Gunn or Zack Snyder's approach, oh God, neither of them. I don't want either of them doing Sailor Moon or Dragon Ball Z. I don't think they're the best ones for that at all. But yeah, so we have a lot to cover today, and I think we're gonna do pretty well. So we're gonna just dive right into it, shall we? Let's just rip the Band-Aid off and start watching some garbage. Now, I do want to point out before we really get started the Rotten Tomato score for Superman, because it is doing quite nicely. Oh, it's gone up a little since the last take a look. Let's take a look at the Rotten Tomatoes score for Superman real quick. So, Rotten Tomatoes is by no means a final statement on anything. It's just an aggregate of different critical scores, but based on how many good ones versus how many bad ones there, we get a good sense of how well a movie is doing critically at the very least. Nitro Java, thank you for Super Chat. I'm personally sick of all the negativity surrounding the Superman movie. It seems like a lot of people don't want this movie to exist. Oh yeah, 100%. But they don't really want anything to exist is the problem. The people who are really negative never really say what they really want. They just want the same old stuff they've seen before, which, that's fine, but that stuff isn't going anywhere. It's still there. You can go back and look at it. We don't need more of what already exists. We have it already. So, 86% of Rotten Tomatoes, 133 reviews. Pretty good. Pretty good. Now, I've read a few of these, and even the bad reviews sound like it's my kind of movie, if I'm being honest. Like, the big negativity I'm seeing is that the script is overstuffed. Okay, that's fair. Or that the tone is too wild and bonkers, which I'm down for that. James Gunn's telling a new story. And I, for one, am excited to see a Superman movie that's all out. Too many Superman movies that are too... I'll be honest also, too. People are saying this movie has to make like $1 billion to be successful. I don't really think so. Based on the budget, it probably needs $600 million to break even, and then more than that would be good. But even so, because James Gunn films tend to be under budget because he doesn't have a ton of excessive reshoots typically. You gotta remember, the last few Superman movies have not been very well financially. Let me bring this up real quick. This is important to note because you gotta remember where we've come from, right? So, a lot of people don't realize none of these movies have been hits. Let me zoom in a little more real quick here to give you a perspective so you can see more clearly. Here we go. So, the most successful Superman movie domestically, is Batman v Superman: Dawn of Justice. Now, that's a crossover with Batman, and it only got $330 million in the domestic box office. I think it in total it got $860 or $870 million. Now, that's with Batman. And Batman is regularly a pretty successful character, so that's a big deal. Man of Steel is the second most successful, financially. And that did not cross $300 million. The film in total didn't cross $700 million worldwide. Superman Returns after that, again, very similar story. And people are estimating that Superman, the one that's about to come out, is going to get about anywhere between 90 million at lowest and 120 million at highest. It could surpass that. That's definitely possible. But that's the estimate. So that put it right around where Man of Steel grossed. Now, Man of Steel was more expensive than Superman. So the threshold was a little different. It still broke even. It still made a little bit of money. A lot of these other movies, they had re-releases. I know Superman had a re-release of the original one. It's pretty cool. But yeah, no. So a lot of these, the original Superman, 134 million. Counting for inflation, it's probably a lot more, but it's still a pretty decent amount. I am pretty excited about this. I think it's going to be really good. I think that this film is going to be a success. Will it be a massive success? I don't know. But I think good word of mouth is going to give it some legs. I think Fantastic Four probably won't outgross it, but we'll see. That said, I think Jurassic Park smokes both of them. For better or worse. Jurassic Park's on a roll. Nostalgic Nerd 90. DCU isn't in the right place, sadly, right now. Well, it isn't in the right place because it hasn't really started yet. So let's see how it begins. Let's hold the doom and gloom until a few movies come out. Let's build momentum. Let's see how it develops. I think it's going to build. The first movie is not going to be the biggest hit, I don't think, but I think it is going to build up into something really good. And I think it's going to get some good word of mouth. I think Jurassic World Rebirth has this in the bag, but I think between the United States, Mexico, and Brazil, it's going to do financially pretty well. Those three countries seem to be the biggest in terms of Superman's output. Now, let's take a look at this real quick. So Superman woke. Let's type that in. I'm sure this will be... Oh, good. We got all our favorites. All our favorites here. That's great. And this is going to be another guy I'm going to bring up later. We're gonna build up to the Shad rematch. Don't worry. We'll get the Shad coming later. Don't worry about that. But we'll have to build up to him. Let's take a look right now at a guy who's... I'll be honest... I haven't really ever watched much of his stuff. But he's a big deal. A very big deal. Ben Shapiro. Mara Wilson's lesser-known cousin. I actually have not watched almost any Ben Shapiro ever. Because he just annoys me too much. He's just so... I find him too, I don't know. I find any guy who looks like me trying to be a tough, manly man is like, no way, dude. Stop faking it. Stop trying to impress anyone. It's not working. So, we're gonna start with one of the greatest hits. Wow, 82,000 after one day for Ben Shapiro. That he's fallen off. Tim Pool as you beat, man. Tim Pool as you beat. Okay, so let's take a look at what Ben Shapiro says and how much this clear, self-acclaimed comic book fan gets right about Superman. Oh, sorry. I muted the volume. Let me fix that. Let me adjust this real quick. All right, y'all. Let's take a look at Ben Shapiro and see how it works.
I just wanted to comment on the fact Superman is coming out this week. So, of course, this is much lighter news. Superman... the new movie from James Gunn, I've been a little skeptical of it because I think that James Gunn, he's fine for Guardians of the Galaxy, but Superman is a more serious property. The reason that it's...
Superman is a very serious property compared to Guardians of the Galaxy. The most serious of all comic book characters, Superman, who his pal Jimmy Olsen would transform into a giant monster every couple of days. Or, honestly, Doug Walker would make a more balanced reviewer than Ben Shapiro by a lot. Let's keep muted. Unfortunately, we couldn't do that. I'm going to have to react to something. What is with Ben's eyebrows? Those are like... I think he's trying to do a cosplay of Eugene Levy. Except I like Eugene Levy, so I can't say that's the case. Yeah, no. I don't think this is the look he should be going for. And he has like the solid hair mass he's going for right now. Like it's very. I'm not sure if he has. I know he has like a yarmulke sometimes on, but it looks like his hair is like he's doing the Superman like slicked back look. Which I mean, that's fine. That's fine. But it's a little. I think he's a little too much hair gel there. I don't know. Anyway, back to this.
Relevant politically is because when we talk about the left and the left in the media, and then we talk about the left in Hollywood, the level of out of touchness with the everyday American is truly insane. Truly crazy.
Truly crazy, he says. The left is out of touch with the average American. Okay. So, Ben Shapiro, maybe you can tell me what is in touch with the modern American. What is the modern American going for? Ben? Is that why you can write scripts that sold and everyone watched? So if you guys don't know, Ben Shapiro, he was a screenwriter originally. He wanted to be a screenwriter, and he had connections to Hollywood. And he got pretty far, but apparently he didn't. He never got his scripts sold. Well, at least they might have gotten sold, but they never got produced because no studio wanted to have Ben Shapiro's name attached to their production. Because when Ben Shapiro was in college, he was publishing these young conservative American books. Mind you, to get a book deal when you're in college is already proof you are excessively privileged and excessively well-connected, especially a political book from a mainstream publisher. So basically, Ben Shapiro is one of the most privileged people you could possibly ever meet. He is emblematic of the system. He is not some poor, down-to-earth American. He's American, of course, but like he's not some poor, down-to-earth, normal person. He is like he's excessively wealthy before even becoming a political commentarist. So whenever he talks about like, oh, Hollywood's out of touch with the modern American, like, well, okay, Ben, but you're more out of touch. The modern American can't get a book deal in college for a major publisher before writing anything. You know what I'm saying? Or get your script into a studio that quickly. Yeah, he's Matilda's because he's Mara Wilson's cousin. That's also true. Who apparently blocked him on Twitter, so it works out. The guy, 493, is it just me, or is a good portion of the modern right just failed comedians and screenwriters who decided to make it everyone else's problem? Yeah, I mean, I'd say a good chunk of them are. And I think a big part of that has to do with Ben Shapiro's Daily Wire, which accumulated a lot of people who thought they were more talented than they really are. And because of Critical Drinker, who was a self-published novelist, who wrote fairly generic but not terrible spy novels, but, you know, then decided to criticize other pieces of work, and his own flaws became more apparent by comparison. Yeah, he's Mara Wilson's cousin. They're related. And he's also on Mara Wilson's block list, apparently, too, from what I understand. Scorpion Wolf, thank you for Super Chat. I did once confuse Eugene's son Dan Levy for Ben Shapiro when I saw the gifs from Schitt's Creek. Oh my god, that's funny. Very different manner of talking, I'll say that right now. Dan Levy's very funny. I'll say that right now. Schitt's Creek's a great show. I know the hype for Schitt's Creek has died down a bit, but if you haven't seen Schitt's Creek, you really should watch Schitt's Creek. It is quite funny. But then Ben Shapiro made movies, and they were on the Daily Wire. I've considered covering them, but like I feel like the hype for that's kind of died down a lot. And most of them are just bad. They're not even like particularly good. They're just sort of like generic and underwhelming. Like the two big ones are Lady Ballers and What Is a Woman, and they've already been covered to death, so it's no point in me covering them. Anyway.
So James Gunn did an interview with the Times of London, and he was talking about the themes in Superman. And he explained that the superhero epic encompasses the story of America. He said, I mean, Superman is the story of America, an immigrant that came from other places and populated the country. But for me, it is mostly a story that says basic human kindness is a value and is something that we have lost. So he's now trying to make the case effectively that Superman is kind of an illegal immigrant. Gunn acknowledged.
Hang on. He never said illegal. He never said illegal, Ben. You know, for a screenwriter, it helps to understand and comprehend words. He said immigrant. He never said illegal immigrant. That being said, though, Superman is an illegal immigrant. He came from another planet. His papers were forged. He landed on Earth. He was adopted, and his true nature was hidden by his adoptive parents. Smallville covered this in the 2000s. Several previous books covered it. The creators of Superman were either immigrants or or descendants of immigrants, depending on how you see it. Superman is an immigrant. It is the immigrant story. Mario Puzo, who was himself also an immigrant, wrote the script for Superman the movie that Richard Donner then did and incorporated that imagery and iconography into the direction of the film. He is an illegal immigrant, technically. I mean, what do you think he is? He crash landed on Earth from Krypton, a dying planet, landed on Earth and was taken in as one of our own, a hardworking American who was born somewhere else. Outside of the one comic where he's forged in the little, the space pod, which happens apparently. So he's an immigrant. Where's the problem with that, Ben? Where's the issue that Superman comes from Krypton to Earth? Where's the problem with that? That is an American story. One of the most iconic American films of all time is a story about an immigrant. That, of course, being The Godfather. Again, Mario Puzo once again. The Godfather is one of the most iconic stories of an immigrant family coming to America and adopting the American way, quote unquote. That, of course, being cutthroat business behind the scenes to get deals for those your family members and those who do favors for you. That's how it is. So Ben Shapiro, what's your how do you come to the conclusion it was illegal immigrants? I don't know. Maybe he forgot what he was talking about. Who knows?
Knowledge, the movie's themes may be interpreted differently across political groups, especially considering the nationwide unrest around immigration. However, Gunn stands by the ideals embedded in Superman and added he doesn't care if anyone takes offense. Yes, it plays differently, but it's about human kindness, and obviously there will be jerks out there who are just not kind and will take it as offensive just because it is about kindness. But screw them. And then he says, yes, it's about politics, but on another level, it's about morality. I do not understand the necessity for all of these Hollywood folks to undercut the pitch of their own film before it even comes out. It's insane.
How dare James Gunn say Superman's a kind person? He's really crushing the success of the film. James Gunn just said, hey, some people take offense, but screw it. I'm making the movie I want to make. Great. We want that. Do you really? Here's the thing that Ben Shapiro doesn't realize. Oh, he does, but it's just disingenuous about. I think it's more that. If you make a movie, let me unbutton this for a top button. It's a little hot in here. If you make a movie that appeals to everyone, it appeals to no one. You cannot appeal to every single person with your film, but you should make the best version of a film that you can make. It's that simple. All James Gunn said was, hey, some people may take offense to a character being kind, but screw them. If they can't handle Superman being kind, it's on them, not on me. He's telling a story about basic human kindness. The fact that Ben Shapiro has to act offended by this is absolutely absurd. And this is probably one of the more level-headed responses we'll see today, because at least he is so caught up in his style, he's not going to go into too much rage baiting. I hope not, but we'll find out. Absolute absurdity.
It's totally insane. By the way, David Corenswet did the exact same thing. Corenswet refused to say truth, justice, and the American way in a recent interview. Instead, he said truth, justice, and all that good stuff because he doesn't want to say the American way. The reality that Hollywood...
Where do you say that exactly, Ben? In what interview? And also, how do you assign motivation to him if you don't know what the circumstances? You can't give a specific example. We just got to take you on your word for it, right? The same article that says that James Gunn said that says that he didn't say that. Also, they've multiple times previously mentioned the American way in interviews. Corenswet has said stuff like that in the past. Or he hasn't. Who cares? That's not really the point. Oh, he didn't say the thing. That's bad. Oh, no. Okay, who gives a shit? Like, who really cares? I don't really care if he didn't say the full classic motto of Superman. doesn't really matter all that much. It really isn't. It's unimportant to the overall argument to focus in on, he didn't say the specific words I want to say, and therefore that's bad. Okay. He said everything else. He embodied the spirit of Superman in his movie, from what I understand. And, further, James Gunn said that kindness is still an American ideal. He says Superman is the American story, coming from somewhere else, and becoming a good, kind person. That's it. That's all he said. But James Gunn has, it's not James Gunn, but Ben Shapiro has to make a big deal about, oh, hey, he didn't say the exact phrasing, therefore it's anti-American. Come on. You're making a mountain out of a molehill.
It is so far to the left that they cannot take a core piece of Americana and just say it's about America. This has been a problem.
He just said it was about America. Come on, dude. A core piece of Americana. Yeah, an American word created by immigrants. About, hell, one of them was Canadian. One of the creators of Superman's a Canadian. It's not even purely American, dude.
Since basically after the original Christopher Reeve series, every single iteration of...
I'm sorry, what? I'm sorry, what was that, Ben? Let me repeat that.
This has been a problem since basically after the original Christopher Reeve series. Every single iteration of Superman that's been made since then has avoided truth, justice, and the American way.
You sure about that, Ben? You sure about that? You sure about that? Okay. While I did make a point to mention that a lot of the shows haven't mentioned truth, justice, and the American way, such as Man of Steel, such as Superman Returns is another example. Not every version has. In fact, I can find one example from within the last 5 years. And I know this because I cited it. Because let me show you right now a screenshot from the movie Super Sons, which came out not long ago. It's an animated film. And I'm just going to show this image right now. So here's an image, Ben Shapiro, of Superman right here saying, 1 second, truth, justice, and the American way. He says it right here. Let me bring it up real quick. There we go. See? He says it right there. In this one screenshot, he's telling his bisexual son, John Kent, about truth, justice, the American way. There we go. That is fairly recent. This was in the last couple of years. But, since the Christopher Reeves thing, we've never seen it before. Not within 5 years, 3 years ago. What are you talking about? It's crazy talk. So Ben Shapiro is basically saying that since the Christopher Reeve film, we haven't mentioned truth, justice, American way. That's not true. The comics have talked about it constantly. It's been a reoccurring thing in the comics. As recently as like 2021, 2020, when Dean Cain did that. In fact, Dean Cain's version didn't say it either. It was just interesting.
Because they just refuse to acknowledge the American way is good. That the American way is, in fact, unique. And this lies at the root of a leftist worldview.
So, Ben, here's the thing right here. I'm a leftist, and I said the American way in a video recently was great. Yeah, the American way, ideally, the American dream that all people are entitled to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, that's a great dream. The problem is the reality. The idea of the American way is fantastic. It's a great idea. A better tomorrow, essentially, which is what they've sometimes substituted the American way for in the motto. But the problem is, the reality is not that. We don't live in that reality, Ben. It's not real. We live in a world dominated by politics and special interest groups and businesses that want to control everything. That's reality. The American way, it's a fantasy that we drive toward, that we aspire to reach. But reality, even in that first Christopher Reeve movie, there's the joke that Margot Kidder makes that if Superman wants to fight for truth, justice, American way, he's going to have to fight every elected official in the United States. That's the joke. I guess it went over. I guess Ben forgot that part. Cartouche Trucos. Thank you for Super Chat. Do conservatives from USA think them all are Native Americans? If not, they have to be immigrants too, right? Yeah, that's what I don't understand. They kind of act like they're Americans, but like, we didn't inherit the land. Someone else was here before us, and even they came from somewhere else. Olivia Williams. What's so funny about Truth, Justice, and the American Way? What was he saying? He's saying that the comic, such as the comic What's So Funny About Truth, Justice, and the American Way, refuses to acknowledge the American way or defend it, which is what happens in the comic Truth, Justice, and the American Way. What's So Funny About Truth, Justice, and the American Way? So there you go. Help. In a recent comic, Superman Year One, which is an alternate version of Superman written by Frank Miller, Superman enlists in the military. So he's still involved in that world very thoroughly. The problem is that Ben doesn't really know what he's talking about. He's just speaking on assumptions because he knows his audience doesn't know what they're talking about. And as a result, he can just say stupid, sweeping statements like, oh no, they've never mentioned the American way in any adaptation of Superman since the first Christopher Reeve movie. And they'll just say it, and his audience will believe it. And we won't second question it because they haven't watched anything with Superman in it outside of the Christopher Reeve movies, maybe, if they've seen that much. And Man of Steel, maybe.
That leftist worldview is astonishingly anti-American. It really is. This hardcore left worldview that says that America is somehow uniquely bad. So if there is a comic book character who is built on the goodness of America, which is what Superman really is about, if Superman is an immigration story, for those who are not familiar with the origin story of Superman, who comes from the planet Krypton and then lands in America and then is brought up in a Midwestern household on a farm by his adoptive parents and integrated into true American values and then goes to Metropolis and brings his sort of country values to the big city where crime is rife and where everybody is too cynical and sophisticated. And the whole point of Superman is that he's bringing these kind of classic American values to the big city. It's a riff on how New York kind of sucks in many ways, actually.
Oh, no, a bit of a problem there. Now, you see, the Metropolis is the contrast between fast life versus slow life, essentially. If you want a city where everything sucks, you gotta go to Gotham. Which is not New York, that's Newark, actually. Gotham is Newark. Honestly, he was almost onto something there. He was almost cooking. He was almost cooking there. For a second, Ben Shapiro had one of the gas stove tops lit, and he was about to cook something good. And then he ruined it by failing to stop himself. Yeah, Bloodhaven is worse than Gotham. That's also true. I do hear that. Like, he almost was cooking and then ruined it. Because Metropolis is not riddled with crime. It is a beautiful, shining potential of where cities could go. It is the dream of the architects of New York City. What it is fast life, cynical life. But that's why Smallville and Metropolis are named that way. One's a metropolis, a beautiful system. One's Smallville, where people are, basically out of the way where no one goes. Oh yeah, the guy 493. Hey Ben, come to New York and say that. Ben will never come to New York and say that because he's very confident behind his computer screen, but come real life, he tends to have a different reaction. Anyway. The problem is, Ben, you were almost cooking with something there. Superman does bring his small, rural American values to the big city. That emblematic kindness is that feature. The thing you were making fun of before, Ben, that's what he brings, kindness. Superman isn't a conservative. He is a fan of humanity. He is a supporter of humanity. He does embody the American dream that anyone can come here and pursue their happiness, that all Americans are due the, liberty, life, the pursuit of happiness. Those are the American ways. Those are the American values he embodies. John Stamper, thank you for Super Chat. Are you excited for My Adventures with Superman Season 3? And is there anything you think could be improved from the first two seasons? I felt Superman getting beaten up and needing help almost every episode got a bit repetitive. I am very excited for My Adventures with Superman Season 3. I love My Adventures with Superman. I've mentioned this before in the video. That is one of my favorite adaptations of Superman. I love how they embody Superman's kindness and empathy. I think now that we've seen him fight Brainiac, and we've seen Amanda Waller be the big bad basically for 2 seasons in a row, I think what we gotta do is bring Lex Luthor in to be the big villain. We need to see him have plans and schemes. I think more alien villains would be good too. I would really love to see, what I would love to see is Mongol or someone like that show up. I would love to see that. And I'm excited for My Adventures with Green Lantern too, which is a spin-off of My Adventures with Superman. I can't wait to see that as well. I love that whole setting. He being a fan of humanity could imply Superman is pro-life. I'm not getting into that discussion. Superman is not deal with those kind of discussions. I know what I'd say, but that's beside the point. I think he would be pro women choosing to do with their bodies if they choose, but I can see a writer going either way on that one. It all depends on who writes it. But Superman tends to be for human rights and all that.
Superman, the original, is very much about how the values of America are farm-bred and farm-born. Right? His moral center, his moral compass, Superman, is on the farm from his parents. That's why he takes the name Clark Kent. He's an immigrant who assimilates to American values and then brings those classic American values to the big city where he has to use them to defend the big city from enemies, foreign and domestic. I mean, the original Superman is literally punching Hitler in the face.
He's also punching Union Busters in the face too. If you read those, his main villain, Ben, Lex Luthor. What was his job again? What did he be? What happened to him when after No Man's Land, when he helped rebuild Gotham? What was his job title again? He got a new job after being a billionaire business owner from a conglomerate company. There was some job he was doing. What was it? Shaq, you remind me, what was Lex Luthor's job title in the early 2000s in the comic books? What was Lex Luthor doing again, chat? And also, don't forget, Ben, he was also punching the Klan in the face in the 40s. That was also a big thing within the first decade of his existence. He fights cops in the old comics. I know because I've read the old comics. Yeah. Also, no. Superman does fight Hitler. That is a thing he does. But he's not like Captain America, who's iconic for that. Yeah, President. That's right. Commander-in-Chief. Superman's arch enemy becomes the President of the United States, and he fights him while he's elected in office. That is a thing that happens in the comics. Ben, don't talk about comics like you know what you're talking about. You really don't. But let's see if you figure it out.
In the comics, he literally punches Hitler in the face. So, the attempt to separate Superman off from America is just a demonstration by the cultural left of how much they dislike America. And that's no shock, because when you take that over into the political sphere...
Ben, James Gunn said that Superman embodied the American story. How is that removing Superman from America?
Full scale, what you end up is a different kind of immigrant. Like the guy who may be the next mayor of New York, Zoran Mamdani. So, if...
Ben, are you against the democratic process where people are elected fairly by the people who vote them into office? Are you against that? Do you think only certain people should be elected into office? Doesn't seem very American to me. I thought we avoided kings.
If you have a choice between immigrants who come to the United States, yes, on alien spacecraft, and land, and then are integrated into America and imbibe from the wellspring of American values, or Zoran Mamdani, you should pick Superman. Because Zoran Mamdani...
Ben, what the fuck does any of this have to do with James Gunn's Superman movie? What the fuck are you talking about? None of this has to do with the movie. All you're doing is just with 3.5 minutes in, so almost 4 minutes, and you're slipping in an ongoing election from New York into a movie that was filmed over a year before that election even was discussed. Like, dude, you got to take a step back here. Yeah, this plays well enough with your base. Oh, actually, not even that well, considering that your like ratio isn't that high there, Ben. for a 12-minute video, 3.7 thousand likes. That's not that much for 82,000 views. You know, I'm just saying right now, my video on Superman has about that many likes, and it has half the views your video has, a little more than half. So that must mean a lot of people were disliking this video, most likely. I'm just saying, it's kind of odd, that ratio, I think. But again, political discussion, it's gonna get some politicized comments. I expect that to get like a more of a 60-70 kind of 70-20 kind of split. Well, 70-30 kind of split. 80-20 kind of split. David Deister, thank you again for the generous super chat. I would love to see both Marvel and DC fight MAGA, just like how they did back in the golden age of comics. I would buy that comic, would you? Well, actually, it's funny you say that, because a lot of people got really angry about a certain comic that came out a while back where they had Red Skull in a position where he was basically Jordan Peterson. They were basically making Red Skull into a Jordan Peterson pastiche, and Jordan Peterson got very upset by that, and so did a lot of the right wing. I think it was like a goofy little thing, but I can see why someone would be offended by being compared to Red Skull, but also, I mean, it made sense. He was trying to capture the youth with the same techniques that Jordan Peterson used to capture the youth. Hans Gonk, thank you for super chat. They want Superman to kill, and they don't want him to be nice. Why like Superman at this point? I think they just want Spawn. Plus, he's not an immigrant. I think they want Homelander is what they want. Spawn at least has a moral compass, even if he is in hell. Where is Ben Shapiro from? Ben Shapiro is comes from a very rich family who lived in the city, or like those compounds or gated communities, basically. Adrian Parchman, thank you for super chat. By the way, Mark Millar, yes, him, wrote a Superman PSA comic about animal abuse, and surprisingly, it was good and not his usual edgy nonsense. They probably reined Mark Millar in, I think. That I would expect. His Spider-Man Marvel Knights comic was pretty good too, I thought. Mark Millar's. I thought anyway.
Money is a disaster area. This guy is likely to be the next mayor of New York. And his absolute deep hatred for the country is so clearly apparent in everything that he's been doing for years on end. Again,
dude, what does any of this have to do with Superman?
He only became an American citizen like 6 years ago. So
he's an American citizen. So he's an American citizen, is what you're saying. He's an American. There you go.
He put out a tweet in 2020 that showed him flipping off a statue of Christopher Columbus with the caption,
okay,
"Take it down."
Okay, well, Chris Columbus wasn't an American, so what? He also murdered and raped tons of people, so what are you going to do? The Guy, 493, Superman would break Homelander, not through physical force, but through showing him mercy and compassion. You know who would also break Homelander? Who's actually demonstrated more strength than Homelander in the comics? Venom. Eddie Brock could beat up Homelander. Spider-Man could beat up Homelander. I would even be shocked if Jessica Jones couldn't beat Homelander. Homelander's not that strong. It's West. Thanks for super chat. It's going woke. Insert Steve Rogers looking around Times Square gif. Yeah, it's basically what it feels like. Also, none of this has to do with Superman.
Because the idea is that Christopher Columbus is somehow deeply bad and deeply evil.
Ben, you're an intelligent guy. You went to college and university. You read the letters of Christopher Columbus, right? In fact, Ben, let's read some of the letters of Christopher Columbus right now. Let's read some of his work. We can read it right now on stream if you want. I'll save that for another day. Do it yourself. For homework, everyone in chat, look up the letters of Christopher Columbus or his crew about his voyages to the Americas, quote unquote. And yeah, let me know how you feel about that one. That will definitely give you a perspective on Columbus that I think will never leave your brain. But again, Ben can't talk about that, nor can he talk about Superman, because he has to just say, hey, look at this icon of Americana that you grew up with. Here's this person defiling it by making fun of it or saying something different. Mind you, so far, Ben Shapiro has not actually said that Superman isn't an immigrant and is not defined by kindness. At no point has Ben Shapiro actually argued against anything James Gunn just said. At no point has he said at any point that James Gunn was wrong. And specifically focused on James Gunn's words. He just used his waffling to distract you by saying, oh, well, the comics don't want to say truth, justice, and the American way. Well, James Gunn just said this is American story, so that doesn't really matter. Well, the future mayor of New York flipped off a statue of Columbus. Like, okay. What does any of this have to do with Superman? This is what happens when you have nothing. You waffle like this. You don't make an argument. You distract from the fact. You don't have an argument. That is the big issue with people like Ben Shapiro, because they can't actually counter what you're saying, and thus they waffle.
Now, first of all, Zohran Mamdani is not native to these shores.
Who cares?
Any more than the white people who preceded him are native to these shores. Any more than the Native Americans who came across a land bridge tens of thousands of years ago are originally native to these shores. I mean, again, the way that human migration works is that it comes in waves. It comes across a variety of mechanisms. If you go back far...
So then what are you even getting upset over? Ben. Oh, Benny. Benny, what are you even arguing? He's like, oh, I can't believe they're making him an immigrant. But you know, immigration's a really important part of this country. So it's like, what are you arguing? What's your point? Like, you're just going in circles, man. This is the dumbest shit in the world.
Far enough, there are no human natives to anything because, of course, there are no humans. But if you are talking about Zohran Mamdani flipping off Columbus, you wouldn't even be in New York if it weren't for Columbus. You would not...
Actually, Ben, Leif Erikson came before Columbus, so I'm going to thank him for it instead. What is this? What is this, man? What's your point? Get to the point, Ben. I'm gonna change you if you don't get back to Superman soon. This is pointless.
Not be in America if it were not for Columbus. You can flip off the people who opened the continent to your presence here, Zohran Mamdani. But it's so clear what he thinks of the country. My work's...
He didn't even come to America. He was on the islands. He never even stepped foot in what's modern day America, Ben. He didn't discover anything.
Schedule has been incredibly busy as of late, as you know, especially because of the extended show. I still need to make sure I'm maintaining my health, hitting the gym, spending time with family, even
God,
with
an ad pay
schedule. I've learned pretty quickly, PeepCom, promo code Shapiro. And of course, he got this from his parents. His parents are
Oh my
Indian...
God, Ben, stay on topic. Stay on topic, Ben. Superman, the Superman movie, the James Gunn Superman movie. Remember that? You know, that the title of the video? You know, the focus that you have on here? Focus on the point, Ben. The point, Ben. Focus on the point. This is an edited video. And a minute of it is ads. You have 10 minutes to talk about Superman, and you spent 2 minutes talking about Superman, and the rest of it complaining about the mayor election of New York City. A city you don't even belong to. Jesus Christ, man. Auto Johnny, thank you for Super Chat. Let me get this up real quick. Oh my goodness, this is wild. If they react like this to Superman being an immigrant, just imagine how they'll react to when Supergirl comes out next year, especially when you find that Supergirl is stronger than Superman. Oh, they have no chance. Can you imagine? Like, unless this film becomes like a massive hit, which it very well might. I'm hoping it does. I suspect they're going to complain about Supergirl the same way they complained about Brie Larson. Brie Larson's Captain Marvel. Sorry, took me a second to remember her name. Bloom's great. Sorry. Back to this.
Born. And they also are immigrants to the United States who have taken advantage of literally every privilege America has to offer. That includes his father, Professor Mahmoud Mamdani of Columbia University, who hates the country, legitimately hates...
How is he taking advantage of the country? Listen. If you're an American citizen, you can express your love or dislike of the country. That is your right with free speech. You are allowed to praise the country just as much as you're allowed to protest the country. That's what free speech means. I don't care if they like it or not. You know, they're not up for election. Also, how is he taking advantage of the country if he has a high-paying job at a private organization? You know? Like, what's he taking advantage of? He has a big job at a major university? It sounds like he's rich. It sounds like the family's rich, Ben. You could relate. Also, very important note, I'm not sure if you figured this out yet. What does any of this have to do with Superman?
It's the country. Talks about how America is the settler colonialist state. Okay, so leave. So you can go. Seriously, you can go anytime. Or you can sit there in your privileged seat at Columbia University.
Ben, your family was rich. You lived in a mansion. Privileged seat? Dude, get some perspective.
Pulling down a giant paycheck while your son runs for mayor after being a ne'er-do-well for all 3 of his decades on the planet. The deep and abiding hatred that these people have for the United States is truly astonishing. It really, really is. And also, I will point out that the settler colonialist narrative, you'll find they only apply it to white Europeans and to Jews in Israel. Those are the groups that they apply it to. They never apply settler colonialism to, the Arab conquest of the entire region.
Ben, what does any of this have to do with Superman? What does the Middle East have to do with Superman the movie? Have you... I don't even know if I'm not even sure if he's having like an aneurysm or if like he's gone off the script. Like, what is this? Actually, I'm not gonna lie. I'm kind of happy I clicked on this. This is hilarious. Like, I don't even think he remembers what he's talking about. I think he just kind of got into his usual talking beats and was like, oh yeah, I'm just making a normal generic oh, it's a Superman video. That's right. Oh, I forgot about Superman. That's right. Oh, and that's what James Gunn wants. Oh my God. Hell, James Gunn just said kindness and goodness are intrinsic to America. That's all he said, Ben. Counter that. He said Superman was an immigrant, which you yourself just said Superman acclimates to the American way of living and brings that to the city. You're not wrong about that, Ben. You were almost cooking. But then you thought, hey, you know what this bowl of pasta needs? It needs some, let's just dump in some sardines into that pasta, right? Full with all the juices from the can. And while we're at it, let's put in some rancid black beans. And you know what? I got some ice cream from the fridge. Let me dump it in the pasta water too while it's boiling. Yeah, that looks appetizing, doesn't it? Yeah, that's your, that's the dish you're cooking, Ben. Get to the point, man. Stay on topic. You wrote a book. You run a show. You're a massive multi-millionaire. You can talk about anything you want. If you don't want to talk about Superman, don't talk about Superman. Seriously. If you'd rather complain about New York City, there's a lot of people who listen to you about that. Just talk about that. You're out of your depth here, man. Because you're not, and you're out of your depth, not because necessarily Superman is so complicated you can't understand it. It's definitely not. You just have no interest in talking about Superman because you've changed topics so rapidly that the title of the video is now a lie for you. And define Superman. Good point.
With the beginnings of Islam, all the way up to and including Spain. That never applies. One of the great settler colonialist movements in human history is the growth of Islam from the Arab center in Saudi Arabia outward to encompass a huge swath of the globe. Do you think Indonesia was originally Muslim territory?
Ben, what does any of this have to do with James Gunn? You think it's James Gunn's fault that the Nation of Islam has multiple countries under its wing? Oh my Jesus Christ.
Just in a general sense, the idea that human beings move around and take with them their values and that war and conflict are a norm in all of human history, that's just real. Okay, that's just the way things work.
Guys, it's just real, okay? Like this real Superman that doesn't say the American way. I don't understand it. Superman, he's the American way. He's an immigrant. I don't know. I can't do Ben Shapiro. I can't even try. Adrian Parchman, thank you, Super Chat. I wonder what he will say about Full Metal Alchemist and their narrative, especially the Ishvalan War. Can you imagine Ben Shapiro watching Full Metal Alchemist? If he's reacting this way to Superman, can you imagine him watching Full Metal Alchemist and going like, these boys, they're scientists working for a Fuhrer, and I think it's anti-white sentiment. Like how I can't even imitate it. I can't even do a Ben Shapiro. I'm not good with impressions ordinarily. It's just too great. Anyway,
And so I'm not going to criticize European settler colonialism any more than I would criticize Arab settler colonialism throughout the Middle East, because this is the way humanity operates. That is the way humanity operates. And I can think that some of those colonial...
Okay, I can't. This is just too stupid. He hasn't even come close to talking about Superman yet. Like, he mentioned it briefly, and then lost track so far he can't even focus on the topic. It's just too goofy. Okay, let's move somewhere else. Okay. Ranting for vengeance. Oh, it's this guy. It's the kid. It's the edgy kid. Let's take a look at the edgy kid.
So, the freak James Gunn has just came out and confirmed that Soy Man is a political movie. He's not even...
There we go. That's the cringe reactionary vibe I'm looking for. Oh, Soy Man. Oh, we're hitting out all the classics here now. Okay, let's keep this going. It's a political movie. How dare he? What political message are they saying? Child who happens to have a platform on this system. This freaking kid. By the way, don't make fun of children now, except for this one.
Hiding it anymore, and it's proof why this should be called Spastic Man.
Get the fuck out of my sight before I demolish you.
Oh, and he's British, so that's actually a really bad word over there. He's pulling out all the edge. Don't you see how edgy this kid is? With his Ramones shirt on. By the way, okay, anyway. SMJ Smijete. I'm always pronouncing your name differently every time you leave a super chat. I'm very sorry. Ben's entire career was started on criticizing the culture and president of America at the time. By his own logic, he himself is un-American. Oh yeah, that's even better, because he was criticizing every component of American living up until a Republican president wins, and then he praises America, and then he goes back to criticizing it all over again. So it's like, by his own logic, it's ridiculous. He's very contradictory. Anyway, let's see this edgy edge boy. And by the way, I will say this. All children under the age of 18 think they're the edgiest and coolest person in the world. We all do. If you're shaking your head saying, nah, I wasn't like that, you were way worse. But this kid just happens to have a video platform. Gavin Carruth. Oh my god, he sounds like the evil cartoon sheet. I guess that would be the case, yeah. Okay, John Salter. So this guy's screen name is clearly a reference to Screaming for Vengeance by Judas Priest. Do you think he knows about Rob Halford? I don't think he does. This guy clearly loves the music of punk movements, but doesn't know what punk is. He would probably get kicked out of your average punk bar. I'll say that right now.
But before I get into it, if you
part because he is in fact a kid.
To help out the channel and you agree with these videos, maybe consider subscribing.
Oh wow, that was such a swerve. Like, oh, I can't stand this Soy Man. By the way, can you please subscribe to my channel, please? Oh my goodness.
Supporting me over on Patreon or following me over on Twitter. So we'll just get straight into it. James Gunn says that Superman is the story of America. As in truth, justice, and the American way. We're all in agreement, right? He says that Superman is an immigrant that came from another place. So we're already kind of getting off the track here. Superman is an alien. He's not an immigrant. He's...
Hey, kid. What do you call people from another country who comes into yours? An alien, right? Now, if a guy goes from one place to another, and he relocates and lives in that second place, he is what I word? Immigrant. Good. He's an immigrant. So, now that we've established that, what's your problem with this statement? We're getting off track. Americans, they can't be immigrants. Every American is an immigrant. All of them.
He's not some Mexican guy. He's an alien from outer space.
Who comes to America to live there. So he's an immigrant.
A different planet. He goes on saying that for me it is...
Doesn't matter if he's from a different planet. He comes from one nation, moves to another nation, and lives in that second nation. He's an immigrant. That's it. Full stop. That's it. He's like, oh no, he's not Mexican. Well, yeah, but my family weren't Mexican, and they're immigrants. At least my my grandfather's an immigrant who is now dead. He came from Italy, first went to Canada, then came to America. That's the family tree on that side. From Italy, to Canada, to America. Immigration. Legal? Yeah, absolutely. He's passed on. My family was born in this country. I was born in this country. Everyone in America at some point had a family member who moved from another place into the country. And even the Native Americans, 20,000 years ago, went across that land bridge and came to America. Everyone in the country came from someplace else into America. All Americans are immigrants from somewhere. So yeah, being an immigrant is part of the American story. By default. Ellis Island is a major piece of Americana because everyone emigrated through Ellis Island for a period of time. That's how it is. Came from Cuba, came from Spain, came from England, came from Ireland, where you probably came from Canada, came from Mexico, came from Brazil, came from Japan, came from China, came from Russia, doesn't matter, came from Iraq, came from came from Turkey, came from Kenya, came from Germany, doesn't matter, you came into the country, therefore your family at some point was an immigrant. I spawned from Earth after hell rejected me. That's a fair one. I'm not going to lie. That's fair. Well, then you immigrated from hell. There you go. A hell immigrant. Love it. And you can't use the word alien as an immigration. Well, that's an American thing then. The word alien is often conflated with people from other countries. Anyway, back to this.
Is mostly a story that says basic human kindness is a value and is something that we have lost. Now, I don't know what kindness you think the human race and America has lost that you still have intact. James Gunn has no right talking about kindness.
Buddy, as a young edgelord, you have no right to make jokes about James Gunn's jokes. Dude, you're a 15-year-old edgelord. You're in the same boat as James Gunn was when he made those posts back in his trauma days. James Gunn was a total edgelord and then grew up. That was almost 20 years ago, dude. Hell, in 5 years, you'll probably look back at what you're saying right now and cringe. That's just life, man. So yeah, bringing up tweets saying, oh, hey, 20 years ago, he said something he apologized for being inappropriate years later. He knows nothing of kindness. Okay, who cares? Plus, James Gunn isn't the star of the film. He's just the storyteller.
Retarded left-wing Hollywood freak who likes kids. Nobody wants to hear your take on hope, kindness, or what America should be. And
no one wants to see it except for everyone paying money for the tickets. Also, you do realize he was being an edgy joker, right? He was messing with people. That's kind of was his whole thing. James Gunn got his start working for Troma. Troma was an extremely edgy, over-the-top... It still exists. Still making stuff. This Toxic Avenger comes out later this year. I can't wait to see that. He was an edgelord for an edgy company. Way edgier than anything you can handle. I'm going to tell you right now. So yeah, his motive of humor was absurd comedy. Also, James Gunn has never been accused of hurting anyone. But there is someone else who was accused of that. Someone in a different higher-up spot. I'm not going to make that accusation, though. Someone else did, but I'm not going to make that joke. So yeah. If he's going to say that James Gunn made edgy jokes 20 years ago that he since apologized for and almost lost multiple job opportunities over after taking accountability for his actions, that's not the real comeback you're looking for, buddy. Adrian Parchman watched Chopped, that is promoting the new Superman movie. Also, a crossover with Captain America, Steve Rogers, would be awesome. Agreed. I would love that. That'd be fantastic. Anyway, back to this.
Especially do not want to hear you telling lies about what Superman is. We see again from the same article.
So what was Superman? What was Superman? You're saying Superman isn't an immigrant, buddy? I didn't realize that Superman materialized on Earth from spontaneous, what was it, spontaneous generation, that's the term to use? Yeah, anyway. So I'm inclined to believe, sir, that you don't actually know what Superman really is. Just a hunch. Also, buddy, you may want to fix the lighting in your videos. It looks a little bad.
He says the same bullcrap, calling Superman an immigrant, but also he just admits it, saying yes, it's about politics. So immediately you failed at.
Hey, buddy, read the rest of the article. Why don't you read the article? Do you just read headlines? Read the article, buddy. I know maybe we haven't gotten that chapter yet in education, but you got to read the rest of it to know what actually James Gunn's saying, because even Ben Shapiro read that context. And it was kind of like yeah, it's politics, but it's also just basic kindness. As a dismissive, yeah, it's politics, but the focus is on the kindness. Again, I digress.
Making a Superman movie, because this is the most hilariously bad flop before anybody knew it was even about politics. I say it all the time, even if you are a libtard, maybe you can watch Superman and say, it does suck, all politics aside. But now that this vile piece of crap has just admitted it, it adds another layer of garbage to this pile of trash. Really?
Buddy, you don't think Superman's an immigrant. Superman traveled from Krypton to Earth and lives in Kansas. He's an immigrant. If you don't know basic comic book story, how can anyone trust you as an authority on anything? Sorry.
I don't think he understands how bad of a move this is. It's already terrible enough that Superman is a crying, handicapped bitch who gets kicked around by dogs, women, and starts having an autistic breakdown in front of Lex Luthor, Lois Lane, and his own dog. And everything else in the movie is absolutely ridiculous, especially Green Lantern, which we'll get to in a second, trust me. But you were already fighting a losing battle, and now you've added politics into the mix, which was...
Oh, yeah, because there's nothing political about Superman, the embodiment of America, who says he stands for truth, justice, and the American way. Nothing political about that at all. Also, buddy, you might not know this because you weren't alive when it came out. Superman 4, The Quest for Peace, that was basically a political tract from Christopher Reeve, who wanted to dismantle the world's nuclear program and use the film to voice his concerns about the nuclear program. In that film, Superman gives 2 long lectures to the UN, basically telling them to dismantle nuclear weapons, to enact peace to avoid mutually assured destruction. At no point has Superman, even in his worst entries, not been endued with some, not been immersed in some political ideology. Hell, in Man of Steel, Superman works with the American military. It got an American military funding to help fund the movie. So every Superman movie so far, to some extent, has been immersed in the political landscape actively. You just don't know what you're talking about. But that's to be expected from someone who wears a Ramones shirt but thinks that they need to stand up for the establishment. Anyway, Terminal Sanity. Kindness is political, unlike punk music. Yeah, right, exactly. Crispy Draws. Illiteracy is on the rise, unfortunately. Yeah, especially among the youth, apparently. Yeah, I know. That was a bad joke. I'm very sorry. Yeah, I know. It's a little nonsensical what you're doing right here, buddy. But I digress. Let's take a look right here.
Was there the entire time. For all the people lying saying that it wasn't, you're retarded. From the very first trailer, this has been political. James Gunn starts talking bull again here, saying something that somebody at the head of DC should never say. James Gunn names the 3 moments that don't need to be seen again in a comic book movie. He says he doesn't need to see the pearls in a back alleyway when Batman's parents get killed. You do? It's the basis of the character?
Okay, so in The Batman, which did not feature the pearls in the back alley. Did you miss that? Did you miss Batman's parents not being shown to die in The Batman? Was that necessary? Was that relevant? Was that needed? Do you know what else you can miss it in? The Batman cartoon from the 90s. You don't really need to see that initially to follow that Batman exists. It's all overexposed. They're done to death. There's no need to see it because it's not essential. Jesus Christ, this kid is such a dumb kid. Anyway, let's take a look right here. The guy, 493. All proper Ramones fans absolutely hate Joey. Yeah, right. Anyway, back to this.
Go back to Frank Miller's Batman Year One. It's very clearly shown. It has to be. It's the character of Batman.
Yes, it is shown in Batman Year One. But you see, the thing is that you're not getting is it was done so well in Batman Year One, and done so well in various Batman adaptations, and done so frequently, that we don't need to see it again for quite a long time, because we've seen it 100 times. Hell, we saw it twice in the same movie with Teen Titans Go. Oh my goodness.
Without that, then he is not the same character. It makes no sense not to include it.
Buddy, you seem to be misinterpreting based on your reading comprehension. Just because we don't see it doesn't mean it hasn't happened. I realize, of course, that object permanence might be a problem for someone of your young age, but still, you gotta know when you don't see something, it still happens, right? That's a thing that you understand that just not seeing it doesn't mean it doesn't occur. In The Batman, we know Bruce Wayne's parents die, but we don't need to see it happen because it's not relevant. You get the difference yet? You understand the concept? You get the idea? Do you get it? I'm talking about. Of course, you don't get it. You're not listening. You're a screen. You're a machine projection. Jesus Christ.
Handicap. He goes on saying, I don't need to see Spider-Man get bit by a radioactive spider again. Once again, you do, because how the hell do you know Spider-Man has his powers? It's the basis of the character, and it's disrespectful to just go on like it doesn't exist. And to finish...
You can't be this dumb. How do you know he has these powers? He demonstrates the powers. MCU Spider-Man. We don't see how he gets the spider. We know it's a spider bite of some kind. Because he says it after the fact. We don't see it happen. But we know Spider-Man has powers because he uses the powers. Jesus Christ.
Finish it off, he says, I don't need to see baby Cal coming from Krypton in a little baby rocket. Once again, you do need to see that. You can't just cut it out and pretend like he's an immigrant. Superman...
Hang on. You can't see Superman immigrating from Krypton to America because you can't just pretend he's an immigrant from Krypton to America. You did say that, right? You just said that you want to you can't say he's an immigrant because he's not, but you want to see him immigrate to America. Buddy. Don't ever cook again. Never cook. Never do it again. You don't understand what immigration is, do you? You don't know what that word means, do you? You don't know what these basic terms are, do you? At all. Not even a little bit. I almost feel bad for you. I almost do. I really do. Because you're clearly out of your depth. The words you're saying are incredibly self-contradictory. What you just said was so idiotic and so dumb and so foolish and so absurd that, quite frankly, I genuinely am thinking of clicking off the video right now because I don't think I can top the comedic potential of you saying Superman's not an immigrant because we didn't see the rocket travel from Krypton to America. Or you can't just pretend he's an immigrant because he traveled on Krypton on a rocket to Earth and landed in America and crash landed and stayed there. This is moronic. Profoundly moronic. Junpei, thank you for Super Chat. Don't make fun of him, guys. You could end up having a little kid like that. Oh, God. I hope... No, I don't think I could because I don't have an Irish accent. Yeah, this guy is full of shit, is what he is. Okay, let's finish the video.
does not come from a different country. He doesn't come from over the border. ICE is not chasing Superman.
Actually, in some versions, they are there are border patrols in the DC universe that do chase after aliens from other planets. In fact, there's the whole new Krypton event from the 2000s. It's kind of exactly that. What am I talking about? You don't know that. You don't know who General Sam Lane is, do you? At all? Never heard of him? Sam Lane, Amanda Waller? No, never heard of that. Okay, I guess not. Never heard of Lex Luthor as president trying to argue that Krypton and Superman as a foreign force were trying to invade America. You don't remember that one? Okay. Yeah, you don't know what you're talking about, kid. That's obvious. But not only don't know what you're talking about, the gaps in your knowledge about what you're so confidently talking about are hilarious. Some of his biggest enemies in the comics are people trying to protect the American border. Also, what is Krypton if not another nation, divided by the border known as space? A very big, very wide border. Jesus Christ. Olivia Williams, he's the product of his father. The chance our kid would turn out the same way is slim. Yeah, it's fair. If you raise your kid correctly, I don't think he'll turn out that way. But I digress. Oh yeah, Guardians of the Universe, which is basically space cops. They have bothered Superman too. Almost forgot about that. Yeah, exactly. Some people should just not cook.
He comes from Krypton. He's an alien. For the 10th time, I'm not even a Superman fan, but I can
Don't worry, I can tell you're not a Superman fan.
tell that certain things need to happen in a Superman story. Like, he can't be a whining, crying bitch. He can't get his ass kicked by his own dog. He can't be making Chris Pratt Marvel humor jokes. And most importantly, it's not about immigration or real-life politics. I know.
So what if I told you there's a clip I have of the creators of Superman saying it's about immigration? I could easily do it. Do you want me to do it? I could easily show the clip. Yep, I can easily do that. I'm not going to, but I could.
I don't really get involved in drama because I don't really consider myself a part of some anti-woke sphere on YouTube. But Midnight
That confused me for that.
Edge here has came in and said that yes, Superman is technically an immigrant. Why are you coping and pretending like this movie isn't an overtly political piece of
I'm not a Superman fan, but I'm going to confidently talk about Superman lore like I know what I'm talking about.
garbage? It's a terrible Superman movie. It's a terrible superhero movie.
A terrible superhero movie. Yeah, that's right. It's a bad superhero movie. Such a bad movie. Real bad movie here. Real terrible. I can't believe anyone would watch something with this kind of response to it.
It's a terrible comic book movie for a multitude of reasons, but one of them is the fact that it is political for no reason. You don't have to come in and correct people going, yes, Superman is technically an immigrant. As fans of comics,
Yes, Superman is technically an immigrant. Don't tell me I'm wrong. Buddy, you didn't see the movie. At this point in time, you posted this a day ago, which means you made this video before the world premiere of Superman the movie came out. No one had seen it yet. You have no idea what you're talking about.
comic books and characters like this, why are people forgiving James Gunn, giving him a chance, saying that, yeah, Superman technically is an immigrant? You can say anything you want, but James Gunn, in his own deluded mind, thinks something entirely different. Lex Luthor is Donald Trump and ICE, treating Superman...
Lex Luthor, Donald Trump. It would be terrible if anyone ever, I don't know, did something really horrible, like, say, make a Superman cover with Lex Luthor designed like, oh, what do you know? Wait, what's this right here? What is this? Do I know? Is this must be a new thing. This can't be an old comic from 20 years ago or 25 years ago, anything like that. Oh, it's from the early 2000s. Oh, okay. I'm mistaken, of course. Silly me. I thought it was a James Gunn thing comparing Lex Luthor to Donald Trump, but apparently it was going on since when Lex Luthor was president first, actually. So there you go. Olivia Williams, thank you, Super Chat. Ah, yes, because comics aren't political. Cue Steve Rogers punching Hitler. Exactly. Even Ben Shapiro at least acknowledged that bit. Cloud Parade, thank you for being a member for 2 months. This video is making my head hurt. Oh my god. Oh, don't worry. It's just gonna get worse. Just gonna get worse. But yeah, no, this kid knows nothing about what he's talking about. He is visibly demonstrating his lack of knowledge. The fact he said, I can't believe James Gunn was the first person to compare Lex Luthor to Donald Trump, right there is the goofiest thing. People have been doing that in the comics for the last 30 to 40 years, ever since Crisis on Infinite Earths. That has been the comparison made with Lex Luthor to any real-world figure. The only other one is Jeff Bezos, and that's only because they're both bald.
Superman like he's not even human, and Superman is hated by the public and being cancelled because he cares about hope and kindness, which translated what it actually means is leftism and retardation. And speaking of,
so maybe, buddy, the problem isn't Superman. Maybe you're the problem. Maybe the idea that saying, hey, Superman is a kind person, I think that's a leftist ideology. Maybe you should consider that you're the problem, that you're the issue in this equation. If other comic book fans are saying, yeah, that's correct, what James Gunn's saying is right, and you're like, no, it's not right at all, it's a leftist propaganda machine. Maybe the problem isn't James Gunn or the movie. Maybe you're the problem. But that would require self-reflection, something you're incapable of doing, apparently. Considering that you're talking about pro-Donald Trump stuff while wearing a Ramon shirt, which is a punk outfit, but I digress.
Retardation, let's get on to Nathan Fillion's random portrayal of Guy Gardner, Green Lantern. If you know anything about Green Lantern, you'll know that Nathan Fillion actually played Hal Jordan, you know, the character that he looks and acts like in a cartoon. But no, James Gunn doesn't like backstories. He doesn't like respecting the comics or these characters. So
Nathan Fillion voiced Hal Jordan a couple times. What is your argument?
Nathan Fillion isn't playing the character that he could be perfect for. He's playing Guy Gardner, the guy with a ginger bowl cut that looks handicapped. And that's...
That's your argument? This movie is woke because the guy I like isn't playing the actor I want him to play as. Isn't played by the actor I want him to be played as. My goodness. Yeah, he voiced Hal Jordan, and now he's playing Guy Gardner. Nathan Fillion, I think, really should have been playing Buster Gold. Booster Gold. I almost said Buster Keaton and Booster Gold there, combined them in my head. Should be playing Booster Gold. About 10 years ago, I think. The fact he's playing Guy Gardner, that's great. I hear he's fantastic in the role. Every review I've seen of the movie so far said that Guy Gardner is hilarious. He is not perfect in live action for Hal Jordan. He just isn't. I think the guy that they cast actually is going to do a good job as Hal Jordan. I think he looks the part. Why would he be... So you're upset your fan cast didn't come true. Well, guess what, buddy? I'm still upset that Bryan Cranston didn't play Lex Luthor in Batman v Superman. But you don't see me complaining about it 15 years later. I digress. Majin Lifestyle, thank you for Super Chat. If I may be allowed to stoop to this kid's edgy level, I think Spuds here is one bad day away from telling his friends not to come to school tomorrow, but this would imply he has friends. That is extremely dark. Holy shit. That is a dark, dark joke. I'm not going to make that joke. That is very dark. But I am going to kind of smirk while reading it. Anyway, that's really dark. That's a very dark joke. Don't make that joke. That's not funny. That's not funny at all. Anyway, yeah, he said a lot of awful stuff about Zendaya as well. I've seen that. I've seen those clips before. He's compared Zendaya to, who is again a black woman. He has compared her to certain mammals. I'll put it that way, that are not human. So he is a racist on top of everything else. We can put that. We can pretty firmly establish that based on some of his comments. That is a very dark joke, though. That's very edgy. Yeah, that's a dark one. Anyway, back to this.
amped up to 11 in this movie. I just saw this advertisement last night and I died of cringe on the spot.
Yeah, that's Guy Gardner. That's Guy Gardner. That's the character. Yeah, this kid, you need to calm down.
What in the name of God did I just watch? What?
That's Guy Gardner. That's the character from the comics. He's a smug asshole. That's his character arc. His whole thing is he's a smug jerk who thinks he's hot shit and gets like bested by everyone else. It's perfect. That is a perfect adaptation of the character Guy Gardner. It's perfect.
What is James Gunn's direction for Nathan Fillion in every scene that he's in? Okay, man.
That's not a scene. That's a that's called a marketing material. That's not the movie. I understand you might be confused. This isn't the movie Superman. It is a advertisement, buddy. Alexandra Despians, thank you for Super Chat. The Luthor cover is from a 1989 one-shot. It was reused on a 2018 trade of President Luthor from 2000 and 2001. Do you have a work mail to send you more info? I do. It's on my YouTube account. Some people have sent me messages already with clarifications. But yeah, no, it's a one-shot exactly from the 80s. So that's older than I am. That's older than I am. Okay, cool. I found something older than me. That's good. Yeah, but anyway, it's an ad. It's an ad. That's all it is, buddy.
Man, for this next scene, you're gonna have to act like a total retard, pulling the most Down syndrome face you can. And it seems like the same direction is being given to David Corn Spastic's Superman, who's just spinning around on his chair, acting autistic, with his hair 50 feet up into the sky like some TikTok low taper fade. There's been...
How, buddy, you have no right to make fun of anyone's hair. Buddy, maybe if you take your hair out of your eyes, you can see that you were talking about an advertisement that wasn't part of the movie. I would be able to take you more seriously if you didn't throw around every edgy 4chan term in the book. No one takes you seriously if you're an edgelord. You just sound stupid, frankly.
Some small clips here and there released as well, and I'm not even going to go into them because they're just hilariously bad. With Superman and Guy...
I'm not going to actually watch the movie. I'm just going to look at an ad that was separate from the movie that was meant to be like a still kind of thing, and I'm going to act like that's from the film instead. Little edgy... Again, you have no right to make fun of anyone's hair. Bourgeois, thank you for Super Chat. I cannot imagine being such a hateful person after consuming so much media of heroes, stories about trying to be good people, etc. Oh yeah, and mind you, this entire freak out of his is as a response to James Gunn saying, "Hey, Superman is an immigrant who preaches kindness." Two of the most basic, fundamental elements of the Superman character, and he couldn't handle that.
Gardner acting like a gaggle of spastics, and James Gunn just coming out and admitting it that this movie is his little political piece of shit, then I think there's no hope for DC or Superman even left. This is the end of the road. Nobody's gonna watch this. The fans are boycotting it and closing their wallets. And the normies who watch every piece of slop fed to them don't even like it either. So if you agree with anything I said and you can see that this is gonna be
it's going to be very funny if this movie turns a profit. Coming back to this, no one's gonna watch it, guys. Meanwhile, well, we'll see. Anyway, I'm done with this kid. He's boring. Okay, he's basic. Yellow Flash. Okay, I do know I want to get eventually to the main event, which is everyone's oh, there we are. Hey guys, we're right here. Wait, say hi, wave. We're on the list. Wait for yourself. There is of course one review I do want to take a look at. Oh god. Geeks and Gamers is surprisingly boring. I'm not gonna lie. They're really boring with their responses, I feel. Tim Pool is even more boring. Let me see who else is here. I guess we can do Yellow Flash. Last time he was pretty boring, though. We'll try him out. We'll give Yellow Flash a shot. When he did last time we covered Yellow Flash, you were talking about the Marvel Tokon Dueling Souls fighting game looked really fun, and talking about how terrible of a character Kamala Khan was, which is funny because I then actually read the comic that he was referencing in that video for my Riri Williams video. And reading the context, I'm like, oh yeah, no, this totally makes sense. I get why this character is seen as so strong with that. But anyway, I digress. Let's see what you'd say. I mean,
so we are officially in the week of Superman's release. In fact, I believe some of you can see it today. I believe today is the...
Yes. Actually, no, not today. It is today. You're a day early, actually, Yellow Flash. The Amazon screenings were today. The world premiere was yesterday, which not everyone was invited to. Especially not you. I can't imagine you getting invited.
first day of Amazon Prime.
Nope, you missed it.
Early screenings.
Today.
I have a ticket for tomorrow. I don't remember if it was Tuesday and Wednesday or Monday and Tuesday. I want to say that there are tickets today because...
Oh, my God. Okay. Yeah, no. He's annoying me already. Okay. Playback speed, 1.2 times. 1.5 times. Scorpion Wolf, thanks super chat. I once accidentally kept calling her Kumala Khan. That's fair. Kamala. I think it's Kamala, I think is how you say it. He's very boring. We're going to get as far... We may end on him early because he is very dull.
I remember I couldn't get the first day. I had to buy tickets for the second day. But yeah, I'm seeing the movie tomorrow.
Because there was no first day. It's Tuesday. My God.
James Gunn would stop because he's killing my expectations for this movie every time he runs his mouth. We're going to come back to this article in a second. But I wanted to start here because I'm starting to think that Jurassic World Rebirth might take a big bite out of Superman's payday. And
oh my God. Okay, so it's a minute... So I'm going to talk about the topic, but first, Jurassic World Rebirth. I'm like, okay. Yeah, it's going to be... Jurassic World's a massive hit. Shock, the movie about dinosaurs is a big hit. It's a big deal. Who could have seen that coming?
A lot of people are looking at this sideways because it seems like everybody hates this movie, but I don't know if that's true, considering how much money it made.
Okay, where's
this movie is looking at a $318 million opening weekend. F1, I believe, had all of that, and it doesn't seem to matter because it's on Maverick, which is also a fantastic movie. It seems like people are very divided on this movie. Because now you've got a blue...
Okay, 4 minutes into the video about Superman, that's only 14 minutes long, and he finally starts talking about Superman. Okay, good.
Sky critic. I mean, that alone right there is suspect. Blue sky, anything. But this guy said it was...
Well, bigger red flag. Cosmic Book News, the resource that predicted that Hugh Jackman was being replaced by Henry Cavill as Wolverine, which did ultimately happen as a joke, making fun of Cosmic Book News' scoops. Cosmic Book News, by the way, when I used to write for CBR, was regarded as such a terrible source of information. We weren't even allowed to cite it in any of their scoops because they were always wrong. When CBR and Valnet regard you as too unreliable to cite, that's a sign you're not good enough to cite.
It's one of the movies that he never felt so much joy leaving, and not in a bad way, but he had a big smile from watching the movie. So it's tough to say what's happening here. But James Gunn is not helping the movie. Really interesting quote from this little article here.
Get to the point.
Let me go through this.
Get to the point.
I want to start it off with a little bit of context here.
How are you this slow at 1.5
feet? This interviewer was trying to get him to answer all these political questions and got him to do it. But there's one particular...
Buddy, you can edit the video. Just get to the line. It's 5 minutes into your video. You're over a third of the way in, and you haven't even gotten to the point. Oh my God.
Quote here where he says, screw the people that don't like it.
Don't like what?
What does that help? That doesn't help anything. James Gunn, you are a little too full of yourself right now.
Screw people who did what? But what's the full quote there, buddy? Let's read the full quote. I mean, Superman is a story of America, Gunn says. An immigrant that came from other places and populated the country. But for me, it is mostly a story that says basic human kindness is a value and is something we have lost. I ask if he has considered how differently the film might play than, say, Blue State, New York, aka Metropolis, and Kansas, where Kansas grew up. Yes, it plays differently, Gunn admits, but it's about human kindness, and obviously there will be jerks out there who are just not kind and will take it as offense just because it is about kindness. But screw them. At no point does he say that New York will treat it badly or if Kansas will treat it badly. So if you say James Gunn's attacking Kansas people, well, you're already adding to it. Basically, all that the Yellow Flash did was jump to the "but screw them" line and just assume that was the whole quote. Also, your title says he slams Red State fans, but in the quote, if you read it, he says there will be people out there who take offense, but it's about kindness. He never says people from Kansas will take offense. He says people out there will take offense. Everything else there, Yellow Flash, is your own projection. He never even mentions you, but you make it about yourself.
What does that help? That doesn't help anything. James Gunn, you are a little too full of yourself right now.
What does it help not reading the full fucking quote? Read the damn quote, buddy.
And this is not the way to market a movie. So now, okay, there was a leaked comment. It wasn't leaked. It was made. Well, I wonder if it was made up now. Rachel, I forget her last name. It's the girl who's playing Lois Lane. There was a viral quote that I could not find the source for. Nobody could find it. We all thought it was made up, and now I wonder if it was. But she said, James Gunn told me it's not going to do well with red states or something, and if they don't like it, screw them. Well, he basically says the same thing here. Oh, we're not.
So a source that you couldn't cite, which might be made up, that you couldn't find the source for, that no one could find the source for, is something that you're citing here. So basically saying, oh, I heard someone say that the actors played Lois Lane, say it won't play good in red states, but screw them. But there's no source. You have no backing for this. You're just pulling things out of the air.
Not making the movie for those people, I think is what he said in the quote. And now I wonder if that...
The quote that you can't prove existed. That quote. The quote that has no source. The magic quote. Journalistic integrity here from Yellow Flash. Truly aspiring. Something I really wish we could aspire to be. Much like the whole, all the journalism that Shadiversity did back when first responding to the Superman trailer. Actually, what's that one? What's that one clip here?
That's a nice argument, Senator. Why don't you back it up with a source?
My source is that I made it the fuck up.
Yeah, that's accurate, right? That's basically what he just said.
It was fake because he says something very similar in this article. Let me just read you this. I mean, so he was getting asked, they were talking about immigrants and illegals and stuff. And they were talking about a story about Superman helping a bunch of illegal aliens that were working somewhere. And it's like, is that crazy? Superman doesn't want anybody to die. It doesn't matter what you did. Superman will still save you because he's Superman. Superman would save the life of Lex Luthor, and he has many times. Mm-hmm. So, he helps some illegals. I mean, he would help anybody. That doesn't mean that he has a preference politically. And Superman, I believe, is a legal citizen. He's an immigrant, but
actually, Superman revoked his American citizenship in the comics.
I believe he has his papers.
He revoked his American citizenship in the comics in Action Comics number 900, which is 84 issues before the one you just cited. Just so you know. Also, his papers were forged in some continuities by his parents because he's an alien from space.
I mean, Superman is the story of America, Gunn says. An immigrant that came from other places and populated the country. But for me, it is mostly a story that says basic human kindness is a value and is something we have lost. I actually agree with that. I think there's a lot of people that have become numb to things. And he has some very strong opinions about internet culture here, about how, it seems like people are a lot more mean now.
Okay. Common ground. Good. Yeah. Basic human kindness. A value that all of us have. Good. Okay. Let's see the quote, though, that you're trying to cite there, buddy.
I somewhat agree with him there, but
You somewhat
you
agree.
can tell from the way he talked, and he confirms that monkey thing and everything in this. You can kind of confirm,
Like, what? What monkey thing?
it feels like he's putting the hurt that he felt from when he got canceled into this movie. And I see that even more now after reading this article. Well, let's continue. I asked if
Man, you're really reading into this, buddy. Anyway, I digress.
he has considered how differently the film might play in, say, Blue State, New York, a.k.a. Metropolis, in Kansas, where Kent grew up. Yes, it plays differently, Gunn admits. But it's about human kindness, and obviously there will be jerks out there who are just not kind and will take it as offense just because it is about kindness. But screw them. That's not the answer, man.
Why not?
That's not how you answer this question. maybe say, I want everyone to give it a chance. Check it out.
No. Look, here's what comes down to, buddy. In life, some people have their minds made up before you even start. You can't sell them on it. Or, alternatively, they'll be like you who already bought a ticket. So, they don't need to sell you on it. You already sold on it. Listen, if you're going to buy a ticket, you're going to buy a ticket. If you're not, you're not. That's just how it is. Why should we have to placate and be nice to people who are so viciously cruel? Why should people be nice to people who want to tear them down? Simple question. Now, I personally like to be polite to people in general, but there's a difference between being polite and being kind and being nice. You're basically saying, he's saying to people who are like, hey, they're upset because it's about kindness. You can't sell them on that. You can't convince that audience to watch your movie. And James Gunn is being, forget them. They're not important. If they can't appreciate someone being kind, then they're probably not the target audience for this movie. You can read that as saying they don't believe that Superman can be a figure of goodness, or maybe a figure who they're just so filled with hatred in their hearts they can't accept something as kind as that. A lot of people who want to watch Superman are going to watch Superman, regardless of what James Gunn says. Those who aren't have decided not to, but they might be swayed if the reviews are good or whatever, which they are. Or good word of mouth. Their friend says, hey, we watched it, was fantastic. Whatever. So, in this regard, there's nothing that you're really saying that's bad. He answered a question. He said, forget them. Maybe it's because I'm from New Jersey. That's a basic New Jersey-ish kind of answer. It's like, maybe they don't fuck them. Who cares? That's basic New Jersey right there. That's almost like a kind gesture in New Jersey. So, I get the vibe that Yellow Flash is not from a New Jersey-like state, because in New Jersey that's a common kind of consensus. Screw them. Screw them. That's a basic response. So yeah, that's the issue right there.
Now, that sounds a lot better. But hey, screw them.
Yeah,
you're just turning people off to the movie, and this is a week. We're not even a week out now. We're a couple of days. In fact, we're one today, I believe. Tomorrow for me.
So listen, Yellow Flash, you just said right there that you agree with the message. Therefore, James Gunn is not telling you to go screw yourself. So why are you taking offense? You're not the target of what he's saying. If you yourself just said, hey, I agree with what James Gunn's saying, then that's it. You're not the target of it. So why are you jumping in the way of people you don't know to take offense for them? When you basically agree with what James Gunn's saying otherwise. Why are you projecting this onto yourself like that? It's bizarre to me. Does not make sense.
You're going to turn people off this movie, and this movie needs to do good. Let's be clear on that. And the reaction to this movie seemed very mixed. Is that the...
It seems very mixed. That's true. 86% is a very mixed review.
way you want to kick this off? Mixed? results. To me,
Yes, of course, mixed. 86% of Rotten Tomatoes. Let's refresh the page, make sure it hasn't changed. 87%. Oh, wow. Actually, it's gone up. Yeah, so 87% and rising. Yeah, very mixed response so far. I'm not sure where the critics stand on this one.
me, doesn't equal $1 billion, which this movie probably needs to make. I don't know exactly what it needs to make. My guess would probably be 700 million, something like that.
I'm thinking 600 million. This is in the ballpark, though.
For this movie, because it looks like a very expensive movie. And if you're going to put a movie out, that's going to piss off half the nation, and that's your words, not mine. You're talking about red and blue states.
No. Okay, now you're lying. James Gunn never specified where the movie wouldn't play well, what people wouldn't do it. He just said there will be some people who will be jerks. He never said from blue states, never said from red states. He just said some people. He never specified where they are. Now you're misconstruing what James Gunn said. The evolution of the lie is here. All James Gunn said is that there will be some people who will obviously be jerks out there, but he's not playing for the jerks. Screw them. Now you're saying that the jerks he's talking about are from red states. And I know you're saying that because I read the title of your video where it says Superman director slams red state fans. James Gunn, if he says I have an issue with it being slamming red state fans, screw off. That's your title. You are deliberately misconstruing what James Gunn said and then burying the actual quote into the last third of your video because you know your audience has no attention span whatsoever.
Isn't it playing differently in them? That seems like a bad financial decision. But like I said, who knows? The movie could be fantastic and amazing. It could be the greatest Superman ever made. I don't know. I haven't seen it yet. But man, this guy will not shut up. Why are you in so much promotional material for this, number one? It should be these three to the right who have handled it pretty good, actually. I think that they all seem like they're having fun. They all have.
Why is the director of a movie in promotional material for his movie? That's crazy. Ridiculous.
Great chemistry. The chemistry between these three is great. Especially the chemistry between Clark and Lois is really good. Even in that scene that...
Okay, I can't be too mad at him, though. Because he is obviously bullshitting everyone. But even he can't get in his own way of his excitement for this movie. You notice that? He wants to see this. He's already sold. That's interesting, isn't it? He actually wants to see this. That's interesting. So he can't deny the fact that the movie looks good, that he's interested in it. He has to play to the seats. You know, I say, oh, the response is mixed. James Gunn's attacking political boundaries, this, that, and the third. And then it's like, but I kind of like that. But he lets you look behind the curtain and goes, yeah, I kayfabe aside, I kind of like this movie so far. Like, it's so, with Yellow Flash, it's so transparent because you can tell he doesn't buy it. He doesn't buy his own nonsense. He knows it's nonsense. He knows this is just a topic to get clicks for a video. He doesn't actually believe anything he's saying right now. It's all nonsense. And you can tell it's nonsense because he lets you just peek enough behind the curtain right there. So I think we're going to leave off with Yellow Flash here because it's clear he's full of crap. We're going to take a short bathroom break, and when we come back, we're going to come for the main event. This stuff right here, this is the prologue. But I'm going to set us up right now for the main event of the night. You see, this is like the top card. This is the top card event coming up right now because we're going to go back to it to see an old friend and see how he's feeling about Superman. That's correct. We'll be back in a second. But until then, leave a few super chats if you have any questions or concerns or thoughts. And we'll go from there. All right? We'll be right back, everyone. Don't go anywhere. Okay, I'm back. Give me a second to get myself started here as I get something set up real quick. Don't worry, we're back, everyone. I'm going to turn this music off real quick. But first, all right, everyone. Yeah, we're coming back to this well. We're coming back to this well. Let me mute the music here. All right, good. I always love a little bit of public domain music, don't you? That's right. We're back on this nonsense. Let's take a look at what we got in the live in super chats, and we won't have been gone. Cool. So Kiryu's way, thank you, super chat. WSP and I started to write about a video essay about body language. I've been watching some of your videos, and I wonder how you structure them. No need to answer. Well, what's up, Ian? Oh, I see. How I structure my video essays? Well, okay, so a good idea with a video essay is when you structure it out, you want to start off with a thesis statement, right? You want to ask yourself, okay, what am I talking about? How can I prove what I'm talking about? And why does it matter what I'm talking about? Once you structure those three components, what you got to do is layer it out. You got to talk about, okay, what am I talking about? What's the core topic? So if we're talking about body language, let's say, depending on how a person is talking to you, you can tell from their body language what they may be thinking or what their intentions are. And you go, okay, well, how do you know that? And you go, okay, well, here's some basic body language gestures or postures, what have you. And then you go, okay, I got that. How do I know that's what it means? You kind of go down the rabbit hole until you go, you have to explain it, etc., or elaborate on your point. And then you culminate usually at the end going, okay, so why is that important? That's how I structure my videos. A what, a how, and a why. If you get that down, you're good to go. Though most people do stick around for the whats and the hows, the why is usually we might lose a few people, but I think that's what elevates a good video essay from a bad one. You want to include why anything you're saying is important or matters in the long scheme of things, even if it's media entertainment. It doesn't have to be like existential big truths, but like, why should it matter to someone interested in discussing the arts or discussing human behavior or etc.? Anyway, yeah. So Shadiversity, our good old friends from the night. I'm sorry, not Shadiversity. Night's Watch, which stars Shad Brooks, first of his name or whatever. Author of The Conqueror. Nonsense. He's been on a multi-hour tirade about Superman recently. And I'm not going to bother talking about crypto again. I've already talked about crypto. And that video is 2 hours. We're going to be watching Shad at 1.5 speed, and it will probably take up the rest of the stream. This is the title match of the day. We're going to be talking about Shad. So let's just jump into it. There's no point delaying. Let's just watch this. And by the way, I did not, unfortunately, include an image of my wife's face on Supergirl, I'm sorry. That would be bad. Anyway, back to this. This is a live stream, so keep that in mind.
So, we'll see how we go. We might not go full length time. I have a flight to catch, as I was mentioning to the gentleman here. But thank you, everyone, for joining us. And we got some topics. Look, I'm almost tempted to just dive into the main one right away.
Okay.
Because there's some things.
So, as a live stream, we probably will not watch the entirety of his stream. Once he stops talking about... Can we get a Shad playlist? I think we already have a Shad playlist, I think. Let me double check. I'm probably going to add this to the Shad playlist, though. What's probably going to end up happening is once he stops talking about Superman, we'll probably stop this segment of the stream. If we have times, we might jump into his other video about crypto. It all depends on what the time is. I haven't seen Ant's wife yet. And nor will you at all. Anyway, back to this.
To discuss about it. Have you seen the comments about Superman?
Yeah, that's it's about an immigrant. And it's illegal.
Wait, comments from whom, Shad?
James Gunn made some comments about Superman, and
James Gunn is talking about Superman? What? Why would he ever do something like that? Terrible, terrible thought. Perish the thought. Perish the thought. Anyway, he's not drawing. This is someone else. So you realize Shad is never going to draw anything. His brother is the artist. This is just other art from another streamer. I'm not sure who this guy is. Let's take a look. Oh, is it? Okay, so it's... Okay, here we go. It's old favorites. It's, So it looks like it's Literature Devil here. Our good old friend Literature Devil. And, and disgraced comic artist Mike S. Miller. From the old Comicsgate days. So we got two Comicsgaters in with Shadiversity. Oh boy. It's a cornucopia of terrible takes today. This will be fun.
I think the article from that Park Place goes through it quite well. So let's have a look here. So James Gunn confirms Superman is about politics and decline of American kindness, and says, "Screw them to jerks who get offended."
That sounds like he's trying to offend people.
Yes. So it's like,
well, the idea of like, okay, we need to, have decency and kindness sounds good in a Superman movie, but it's their perception of what kindness is. So, kindness would be, okay, we're going to do something nice for somebody that we don't really have to do, but their perception of kindness is like the great degradation of kindness on our part is that we have border security. That's at all.
How the fuck did you get to that? No, genius, Literature Devil. Kindness is just kindness. That's it. That's all it is. Just kindness. You have to make a big conspiracy theory about how it's not kindness, it's a code word for politics. No, genius, it's fucking kindness. That's it. It's that simple. No, yeah, so it's trying to offend people with that. When you look at the full quote, as we've done multiple times already, the quote is saying, hey, there might be some people who don't like it, but fuck them. In a very dismissive way. Again, very New Jersey of James Gunn. I know he's not from Jersey, he's from the Midwest, but it's a very Jersey thing to say, screw him, who cares? But Literature Devil, being the paranoid loser that he is, has to then think, oh no, it can't just be he's talking about kindness. It's got to be border control or some leftist agenda. Anyway, Fred Fools, thank you, Super Chat. Any thoughts on the Amazing Digital Circus Episode 3? Evil Pomni is Queen. I have no thoughts on the Amazing Digital Circus at this time. I've not seen past the first episode of it. I hear it's amazing, so I want to take a look at it. I just haven't gotten I haven't gotten around to it yet. I've been just busy with stuff, man. But I want to see it. It looks cool.
Oh, so
Yeah.
not a lot of security, but anything.
There's a functional disagreement between truth, justice, and the American way, or all that stuff, and kindness. Sometimes the truth simply is not kind.
well, that is actually correct. So it seems like...
How right you are. Sometimes the truth isn't kind, which is why he's telling people who can't stand kindness to go screw themselves. The truth of the matter is, kindness and niceness are not the same thing. You seem to conflate niceness with kindness, though. But I digress. Likewise, it would be kind of me to say that Mike S. Miller has a career, but it would also not be true. Oh, Diego, thank you for the 10 gifts. Thank you, thank you. Anyone who wants to join, if you are now a member of my channel, that is extremely generous of you, Diego. Anyone who joins as a member of the stream of my channel can then access our exclusive Discord. I will be posting a link to the Discord after this stream, and you can join in there. Thank you so much, Diego, for the generous donation, and I look forward to seeing everyone on our Discord. We just talk a lot. Sometimes I'll say stupid things in the middle of midnight while writing a script, such as why. I say random stuff all the time on this. It's a fun Discord. And welcome. I'll be posting a link to it afterwards. If you want to join Discord and you weren't gifted a membership, you can remedy that by joining as a member. You are more than welcome to join. But you're also under no obligation to join. And now, oh wait, do you know they change? Do they not know that Superman's motto was changed in 2021? It's now Truth, Justice, America Better Tomorrow. Why methinks they aren't the comic experts that they purport to be? They might know that. I would be shocked if Mike S. Miller doesn't know that, considering he's worked with Ethan Van Sciver, who made a big... Well, Literature Devil also was obsessed with Ethan Van Sciver. And he made a big deal about, like, totally knowing for sure that DC Comics had an agenda against the liberals. So it's actually interesting. These are all characters from back when I was writing at CBR. So it's a long time coming for me to talk about Mike S. Miller.
People, especially on the left, they want people to be nice. They have a difference between what they understand to be kindness and niceness.
Here we
There
go.
is that saying, as you just mentioned, Mike, that sometimes you have to be cruel to be kind. Is that the saying? Where
Truth sucks, don't it? You ever heard that? Truth hurts, don't it?
truth hurts.
They keep coming out with
Truth does hurt, doesn't it, Mike S. Miller? When was the last time you had a major comic come out again? What was that? It was, it looks like here you have the Blacklist universe. There we go. Yeah. Anyway, yeah. Truth can hurt. That is true. That's probably why, of course, Shad loves the truth. That's why he completely chopped up what I said in my last video about him and rearranged it to make himself sound reasonable. But then even then, people who are on his side generally, when they watch that video, called him out as bullshit. That's also why he deleted comments, too. The truth does hurt, doesn't it, Shad? The truth does hurt. That's why you hide comments that are mean to you on your comment section. Anyway, but that being said,
with the what about judge not? Remember judge not? Well, yeah, it's not the entire passage. It's kind of like the first couple of words. It says, "Don't judge unless you're prepared to judge by your own standards. Be judged by your
do not judge lest we ourselves be judged."
own standards."
It means judge righteously. Is essentially
Yeah.
It means don't be a hypocrite.
Don't be a hypocrite and judge righteously. And so there has been this mindset that I've noticed, not necessarily just on the left, but also perpetuating the world, that it is wrong for you to hold opinions if they upset someone, if it offends someone, right? Because that means you're
No, I don't think anyone says that. I think it's a misconstruing of what Tumblr logic is, where it's like saying, hey, if you're racist, that kind of sucks, actually. The radical opinion of saying, hey, bigotry sucks. Maybe don't be bigoted. Like, how is the Superman movie for you? I haven't seen it yet. I've not seen the Superman movie yet. I want to, though. I'm excited to see it this weekend. Even though I could see it like today if I really wanted to, I want to see it with my spouse, and typically she's just not a night person, so I'd have to watch it after work, and she's just not really good with watching movies late at night, so we're going to watch it in the early afternoon. Anyway, so far, I don't in theory disagree with what he's saying. I mean, hey, the truth does hurt. Sometimes you do have to be cruel to be kind. And we should not judge, lest we ourselves be judged as well. But thankfully, since Shad judges all the time, is not kind, and is not nice, and is often wrong, I have no issue judging him in this situation, because I myself am judged already, and your judgments have proven ineffective. So we'll keep doing what we're doing and see where it leads us.
cruel. For instance, if you believe that there are only two genders, that can deeply offend and upset someone. That is a cruel view to have. You're a nasty person for simply holding true to
Science?
the opinions of biology.
Biology.
Well, actually, biologically speaking, there are many people who have different genders aside from the XXXY chromosomes. There are people with 3 chromosomes. There are people who are intersex. That is a physical thing. Intersex is physical. It's not a trans identity. It is a physical trait of the human body. Also, some species of fungi have thousands of genders, just organically. It's just how it is. So, you want to talk biology, we can do that, but I don't think you really want to, because you don't really understand the topic yourself all that much.
Reality.
Reality. And they get deeply offended, and then they will judge you as being a nasty person for merely holding an opinion like that, when you don't mean anything malicious by it. That's literally a truth that you believe. And then...
Well, Shad, let me ask you a question. It's not so much if you believe it or not, it's why you'd bring it up at all. You know? Like, I don't care what you think about that, personally. I have my beliefs, you have yours. I don't care what you think, because I don't really value your opinion all that much, outside of entertainment value on this channel. I wouldn't be watching this stream of yours unless it was for the audience to hear my thoughts on it. In my casual day-to-day life, I would never seek out what you're saying. Ever. It would never occur to me to listen to you. I'm only doing this for the entertainment value of my audience. So let's be perfectly blunt about it. I don't care what you think. I do care about the entertainment value of discussing it, though. So that's what we're here for. I don't really put much stock into your thought process, though, because I know you're a liar. Because I've proven you to be lying multiple times. But Well, I digress. Let's keep going.
They can lose their mind. And there are multiple examples about this. Whether
Multiple
what
examples,
your
of
stance
course.
is on homosexual marriage, and then to climate change, to any number of like these
Vaccines.
vaccines.
Yeah, but the problem there is that those opinions actually affect others. If you don't believe in marriage equality and push to remove the equality of others to get married, then you're hurting someone else, aren't you? If you don't vaccinate yourself and you then become a carrier for a disease that can affect someone who's immunocompromised who can't get vaccinated for one reason or another, you're putting that person's life in danger. If you do not believe in, say, any number of things that could have ramifications that hurt other people, like climate change, and you decide to push for something like, say, AI, which has a massive environmental cost, you're going to hurt people. And yeah, they are going to get pissed at you because you suck. Quite bluntly. User 225, thank you for Super Chat. It's 2025, and we still don't have an answer as to why Shadiversity puts his wife's face in AI images, but not her body. I'm not going to traverse that one. We know not what's in his heart, just what's on his AI folders and possibly his private folders on his computer.
Oh, yes, the efficacy of stuff. And what I find interesting is, like, people hold certain opinions not to upset people. These are just their views that they have, okay? And that is considered cruelty. Yet, the type of actions that certain people who get offended by such opinions throw against, the people that they think are the evil ones, right? That is where I see some of the largest amounts of unkindness, cruelty, where they just try to get people's, lives ruined and get them fired from their jobs and everything like that. And in that, we're seeing like a lack of kindness in the world for this, essentially a lack of empathy for use everything like that. I would agree there. It's like, yeah, I think there's a lack of kindness in the world in that regard.
From SJWs.
But the unkindness comes from the intolerant crowd who's constantly preaching about tolerance.
Yeah, it's the what was it? They keep using the word empathy, but I don't think they know what that word means. I don't think it means what they think it means.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's kindness towards us, but not you.
Yeah, and so just what
that's not what empathy means either. Empathy just means understanding where someone's coming from, trying to understand how they feel, seeing yourself in them to understand their path. All I see are a bunch of people who are just jerking each other off, trying to say, oh, how we're the real victims in life. How tragic. How sad. Boo-hoo. Boo-hoo. Stop crying about it already. You're a bunch of people with the potential to have a much better career on this platform than you really have. And yet all you do is whine and whine and whine about how you're the real oppressed ones. Crying to your diminishing audience who gets bored of hearing you complain over and over again. Oh, is Westside Tyler in chat? I didn't see that. Is Tyler in chat? Oh, that's cool. Oh, yeah, there he goes. That's Airline's next employee that leaves. There you go. Oh, by the way, if you haven't seen Westside Tyler's video recently, he did something on I guess on a stream previously about the quartering. Apparently, the quartering is also running out of funds because people are bored of him. But yeah, Westside Tyler, a shout out to you there. But yeah, no. So the thing is that Shad just whines and complains about how he's the oppressed one, and then has to twist his enemy's words to justify his own delusion. You see, for someone who talks about truth, in our previous stream with Shad, I pointed out, hey, buddy, all you did was just take what I said, rearrange the words, and then I caught you in the lie. So I caught you lying. And so did Jack Saint. Jack Saint also caught you in the middle of a lie. Your logic here is so deeply flawed, buddy. But I digress.
But we had a chat. Someone mentioned here they conflate kindness with niceness. Now,
it's fakeness, fake nice. It's like the
fake
surface
nice.
level kindness. First level niceness is kindness to them.
Niceness.
Don't worry, guys. I'm from New Jersey. We're one of the kindest states in the country. We're also one of the least nice. So don't worry about a thing, buddy. The fundamental point is that they weren't tolerant, so there's no point in tolerance. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, they're not tolerant, so tolerating them would be an act of paradox. You can't tolerate the intolerant. That's not really true tolerance.
You'll never find in the scripture, thou shalt be nice.
This is correct. That's certain. Sometimes actual acts of kindness, like if someone believes that they are of the opposite,
if they have a mental health problem.
Right? But some people actually believe that using someone's pronouns that is wrong, separate, different to their biological gender, right, is an act of cruelty because it perpetuates something that ultimately doesn't lead to, well, if you look at the statistics, it doesn't always lead to nice outcomes by indulging in those,
It leads to a lot of Minecraft.
So wait a second. Hang on a second here. Did you guys just admit that you know that using someone's pronouns that are inaccurate can lead to them feeling deeply depressed to the point where they wish to take a slide down Kermit's sewer, so to speak, to avoid the YouTube language that you two are also avoiding in Minecraft? And you know that's what can happen if you pressure someone and hurt them and force them to hear that. But you're going to give some half-assed reason to justify it, right? Tell me again, what was the thing? It was judge not lest we be judged that you were just saying before, right? I mean, you didn't get the quote quite right, but that was the idea, right? So you're judging them as being wrong. But judge not lest you yourselves also be judged. Let's start judging. Thinvo, thank you for Super Chat. I keep hearing these same arguments from conservatives. They want us to have empathy towards them, but not other LGBT groups who they keep discriminating against. Oh yeah, but they don't really want you to... But they're never going to empathize with you. No. It's a one-way street. They only want empathy for them. They want you to sympathize with them. It's that self-aggrandizing, boring, consistent nonsense that they keep espousing. And mind you, they still haven't even gotten to James Gunn yet. But I digress.
A lot of Minecraft?
42% Minecraft.
42% Minecraft.
There we go. See,
But this is
they're
my
trying to make an
honest
edgy
belief. I think
joke,
one
but
of
it's
the
not
best
really
ways to
working
help
out.
people who have gender dysphoria and struggle with that is to try and find a way for them to be satisfied, content with their biology, with who they are, happy with who they are, without needing to undergo serious surgeries or anything like that. That's a belief I have. And I'm not trying to be cruel or mean if it upsets people, but that is a belief that I feel is a kinder treatment to people with different beliefs. That is me. Feel I try to be kind, yet so many people will believe that is cruelty and mean and nasty, and I'm a terrible person. And
Shad, if no one asks for your help, don't give that help. If you genuinely believe that is the right thing to do, let's assume right now that Shad isn't being a disingenuous asshole, which he is. Let's assume that he's genuinely thinks this. If someone didn't ask for your help, don't give your help. If they don't want your help, that in your brand of help, don't do it. Just don't. There's nothing to lose, nothing to gain. Just don't do anything because you're not welcomed in that space. Adrian Parchment, thank you super chat. Chad, just sink into your kingdom. Yeah, on the swamp, right? User 225 ain't gonna go Tony Soprano on Chad. Hide your gabagool. Gabagool. Yeah, well, listen, I treat everyone on this like I'm from New Jersey. Listen, in New Jersey, we wouldn't tolerate this shit. Well, some might. Not everyone from New Jersey is great, but I digress. But hey, we treat them like we treat them like they wish to be treated. Play fights.
they are,
play
as the
games,
comments
win
said, they
prizes.
conflate kindness and niceness, where they want people to be nice. And niceness just means don't upset people, effectively. Never, you just need to be nice.
Don't ruffle any feathers.
I think being nice
Right,
is
you have to choose whether or not you're upset.
well, it's actually correct. That's something that people don't realize. Taking offense, everyone, is a choice you make. Technically.
Just like you took offense to me saying you were wrong about Script of the Superdog, right?
If you actually believe in free will, okay, no one has the power to offend you against your without you choosing to take offense. Essentially, you choose to do it, and you also have the power to choose to not be offended. Now,
hey, let's play some bets, guys. How much, if Shad sees this, do you bet he's going to be offended by what I'm talking about? Play some bets. Let's put a poll up. Will Shad be offended by this stream? Let's see. Let's leave it to democracy. Let's see what you say. I love democracy, first and foremost. Let's see what democracy says. I'll make sure I announce the votes in case you're watching after the fact. Let's keep
that's
going.
not to say that I think, offense is never warranted. I think some things, are perfectly worthy to be offended by, especially if malicious intent was there, right? And so malicious intent, this goes into another kind of thing that I think about, is that I don't have any malicious intent with the beliefs I have, right? And I'm not trying...
No, you're just making jokes about Kermit's sewer and potentially sliding down it. just for fun. You're just being kind, is what it is. That's what that is. Of course. I couldn't tell from your tone.
To be cruel or any means like that, or to make someone unhappy by those beliefs. But then there are actions that people can undertake with malicious intent, with a pure intent to upset people or to ruin their lives. And so I think when someone acts with malicious intent, that's probably a bit more grounds to take offense at something.
Nick Wolf, thanks super chat. Just got an early Prime screen for Superman. S+ film. Someone afterwards says Superman's back. I hope it makes $1 quintillion. I hope so too. I am really excited for Superman. If you have seen Superman, please do not spoil it in the comments. A lot of people have to wait till Friday or even Saturday to watch it. I have to wait till like probably Friday, my best bet is. But yeah, anyway. So Shad is talking out of his ass about how woe is him for being a conservative who people don't want to associate with. All I'm seeing is that he's upset people don't like listening to him and he's mad about it. So I digress.
Just some thoughts on that. So,
Angels Art in Gaming, thank you, Super Chat. Waiting until Tuesday for Superman Discount Day. They're apparently expanding Discount Day to Wednesday now, too, which is pretty great. I love that.
Going back to Superman, right? It's like, okay.
Spoiler, the movie contains a dog. Oh, finally, we're on the topic of Superman now. So if you just jumped in from watching Superman, we now have the Superman discussion with Shad.
Interesting. Is about politics and the decline of American kindness. So it's going to depend on how they...
Also, that Park Place. Couldn't get a better source, huh? Okay, I digress.
...portray this in the film. And...
User 225, I hope Superman makes a $1 dollars. Love it. $1 dollars. I love it. Or Grammaguglian. Actually, it's not the GLIA sound, so it's not technically not... Anyway, I digress.
I have a feeling, just by... who we're dealing with, James Gunn, there's very left-leaning people, and also what we've seen from the promotion of the film, that the nastiness that they're going to portray is going to be a caricature of people being critical online.
I would also like to point out, I've been around in this country for 53 years, and I can't remember the American kindness thing, because I grew up in a time where the snowflakes didn't melt so easily. People...
Mike Miller, you joined a group of people because you were offended by women drinking milkshakes. You're the biggest snowflake of this entire group. Somehow next to Shad and Literature Devil, you are the biggest snowflake. Don't act like you're so tough. You melted down so badly you complained that DC was out to get you. Oh wow, 173 votes. Shad will be offended by this stream. Also, 1 second, let me get right here. Thank you, Gogoric BOP, for joining as a reader. Anyway, back to this.
People threw around a lot of insults. We're in this era now of the most just butthurt crybaby generation that's ever existed. So when was this American kindness generation?
Guys, you just spent the last 5 minutes complaining, but how people aren't nice to you. Y'all just cried for the last 5 minutes that people weren't kind to you. Self-awareness, my guy.
He's talking about.
Do you remember like in 2014, 15, or 16 when they announced for college students to have like this? I think it was the original safe space. It was a safe space, and the college students were allowed in the safe space, and it was like you could play with Play-Doh and like crayons. I was like, what is this nonsense?
It was preschool.
What the hell is this? Yeah,
preschool.
I was in college around 2014, 2013. I know people who are still in college at 2015, 2016. I never saw a single college do that. I don't know what college they're talking about. It doesn't sound like a college I ever went to. So, wait, they made a dead domain too? What? Khan's mauling about being too irritating to be around, but last night Dead Domain was talking about being threatened / insulted in public speaking. Oh yeah, no, Dead Domain actually deals with shit. They're cool tourists. I like Dead Domain quite a lot. They're really cool. They were very generous to me last year when I was dealing with nonsense, so I appreciate that deeply. Majin Lifestyle, man, I really want to see Superman this week, but my bro wants to do a double feature of Superman and Fantastic Four, so I gotta wait 2 weeks. That's actually not a bad double feature to have, I'm not gonna lie. I kind of like that. But have you considered going to Superman now and then doing double feature later as well? Not a bad idea. Anyway, I digress.
For 20-year-olds.
Preschool daycare for 20-something-year-olds. Like, what the hell is this? So yeah, this is the mentality where it's coming from. The safe space mentality.
Yeah.
Everyone's being offended. Why are you being so mean?
It seems
Look, I'll be honest with you. I think people are too easily offended too, but not the people that you think. I'm saying you're easily offended, not you in chat. These guys. Anyway, I digress. Like, keep in mind, they're so ass mad about James Gunn talking about niceness, that they've complained for the last 10 minutes about it.
like that. It seems like the conceptualization of kindness for the left is coddling people and never never forcing them into anything that they are uncomfortable with or offended by. And we see that so much. Like, if you see those conversations,
Unless they're Christians.
Well, you see this
well,
also in how they
the
write
double standard is amazing. But have you seen those interviews where someone starts to interview someone and then they start to challenge their beliefs, and the person getting interviewed is like, "I'm uncomfortable with this," and it's like, "How dare you confront me?"
Yes, Shad, you've done that. You've done that multiple times. You looked at one of my thumbnails and acted like you were the moral high guardian, acting like you knew what you were talking about, when you didn't even watch the fucking video. And I know you didn't watch the fucking video because you didn't have any of the content about it. Shad, you're throwing stones in a big old glass house. No, not a glass house. In a big old glass castle on a swamp sinking down deeper. Come on, man. You dress like a knight and you don't even practice proper hammer. Come on.
With things that are challenging my worldview, that is cruel, that is mean, and they start to cry because how dare someone challenge them in anything?
It's kind of the difference between watching an interview with Trump and an interview with Kamala Harris. It's like very, very different.
They're crying on their own, basically. I mean, I know they're laughing, but you can see the actual anger in their eyes as they speak. It's all a molding, essentially. They're coping and seething, one might say. User225, the same guys who complain about politics in movies/games, will gladly post Metal Gear Solid Rising Revengeance memes. Talk about missing the point. Oh yeah, remember they got so mad about The Boys, and they had no idea they were being made fun of from The Boys this whole time? The guy, 493, so much projection, you'd think they were in IMAX. That's pretty good, actually. The Maestro. Is Mike S. Miller a real comic book guy like Ethan Van Sciver, or is he just a random artist who latched onto Comicsgate? He now is a real artist, but like, he did some work before Comicsgate, but Comicsgate really was his big claim to fame because he couldn't really get work elsewhere. He worked more for like the indie presses, like the third-party guys. He had work. His work wasn't terrible, but he really did grab hold with both hands onto Comicsgate because that was the only place he can get like a name for himself. Yeah, okay, coming from the UK. I was in college at the same time as you, and we didn't see any safe space. Yeah, I never saw any safe spaces. I saw, hell, they got rid of bars in colleges. At my old college, there was actually a college bar that was built there back when the school was first built in like the 50s or 60s, but it was removed and replaced with like a gaming center, which that's cool, but like, you could tell it was a bar originally. They had a pool table, they had a big bar where they just served popcorn instead of beer. I think it would be better to serve a bar. I think bars on campus are better. That way people aren't driving on like the highway drunk. I think it's a safer bet, personally, but I digress. Like, I'd rather be contained where you can walk from the bar to your dorm as opposed to take a highway to the bar back home, and that's just dangerous, man. You're going to get hurt. Didn't Mark Miller work with Grimm? Yeah, that's right. He worked with George R.R. Martin. That was his big thing. He did some of George R.R. Martin's adaptations of Game of Thrones in the comics, or Song of Ice and Fire in the comics. Swizzles, thank you for Super Chat. Oh, hey, goddammit, Malcolm. Welcome in. Welcome, everyone. We're talking about Shadiversity, Literature Devil, and Mike S. Miller. Come on down. Let's get rated, everyone. Hi, Malcolm. How's it going? Welcome. We are still here. We're talking about Shadiversity. Oh, sorry, Malcolm dropped us off. Great. Oh, you're gonna love this. We're talking about your favorite person. Shinthea. I wish Safe Space and Snowflake made it to the shelves. I don't. I didn't like those characters. The new Warriors in comics weren't a great idea. I liked the vampire one. That was a cool design. I know they brought him into comics eventually, but User225. Imagine how annoying these guys will be with BTSV. Beyond the Spider-Verse. Oh God, I can imagine. Oh my goodness. Anyway, let's keep going New Jersey on these guys. So we have, for those who are just joining us, Shadiversity, Literature Devil, and Mike S. Miller are complaining about Superman and James Gunn, which means we got the Shad of the Night's Watch, first of his name. Literature devil who thought I was accusing him of violent acts of horror when I said someone else unrelated to him committed a crime, and failed comic artist Mike S. Miller, who decided to dump George R.R. Martin for the deflating career of Ethan Van Sciver. So I digress.
They have no
I'm speaking.
no issue challenging him.
I'm
but they have,
speaking. Hello,
yeah.
I'm speaking.
I'm speaking. I love when we turn it on her. Like, excuse me, I'm speaking. Boom. Like the president. It was great.
You all complain about Kamala Harris like 8 months after the election. Guys, you won. Get over it. It's like they realize they have nothing without the competition of the two political parties. But most people just ignore what they're saying. So who cares? Anyway, back to this.
Great
Now,
stuff.
This is like the contextualization. Sorry, I'm feeling a little under the weather. So if I'm a bit brain dead today.
Well,
people-
Shaq, could you imagine like in this definition of kindness, if you had a friend who was a complete drunkard and his life was falling apart because of his alcoholism, like his wife left him, his kids don't want to see him anymore, the kind thing to do, according to them, would be to buy him some more alcohol, because saying that, hey, you have a problem, is offensive. He'll get angry, he'll get offended, and that you don't want to do that. It's rustling too many feathers. So I mean, that's mean to point out that he has a problem. So
You all are fucking stupid. Is what you are. Jesus Christ, you dumb idiots. Oh my goodness. Gavin Carrot, thank you for super chat. Random question. If you had to pick 5 best action films of the current decade, what would you pick? I don't know what else I'd pick, but Bullet Train is one. Bullet Train, I'd say, is one. John Wick. I'm only going to choose one John Wick. I'm going to choose John Wick, the first, I think. No, wait, that's not the decade. That was 2014, wasn't it? Okay, I'll go with John Wick 2 then. That was really good. That's 2 right there, so 3 more. Action films decade. Let me think. Atomic Blonde was pretty good. I like that one. I remember liking that one quite a bit. But that counts as action, though? I guess so. I think that Spectre, even though the movie isn't particularly good, it had some really good action scenes. I wouldn't count that as a good one. I'm trying to think of like action films from like martial arts films too. When did 13 Assassins come out? Was that this decade or was that last decade? With Takashi Miike. That was really good. I like that one quite a bit, 13 Assassins. What else would I choose? I always forget when the Ip Man movies came out, because those are really good too. I forget if those were like 2008. I know some of them came out later on. I think Ip Man 4 was pretty decent, if I remember correctly, but I might be confusing that with 3. Monkey Man. Oh, Monkey Man. Yeah, Monkey Man would be on there. I'm sorry, I forgot about that entirely. Monkey Man. No, definitely. Monkey Man absolutely be up there. I totally forgot about Monkey Man. No, that movie was awesome. Hell yeah. And I don't want to choose like a superhero movie because I feel that's an easy choice. Ip Man was early 2000s. Okay, so replace Ip Man with Monkey Man. That's what I'm going with. Nerd with a suit. Hey man, yeah, we're seeing Chad again. Yeah, we're here again. We have to. He's talking about Superman, so I gotta talk about that with his Superman opinions. Raid. Oh yeah, the Raid Redemption. Of course. Upgrade. Oh my god. That's the thing too. When you're on the spot, you forget all the great movies. Oh yeah, Upgrade especially is up there. I love Ong Bak. That's another good one. Forgot about that one. I think of Everything Ever All Once More as sci-fi than action. That's the problem too. Like I'm thinking, like, is it an action film or is it like a sci-fi film with action in it? I don't count those as the same thing. Because then like Prey would be up there too, and I don't think Prey counts. Yeah. Anyway, let's keep going.
You've touched on something that's actually kind of key to the philosophy that we've been seeing.
Oh yeah, Mayhem. Oh, Beehive was good too. I like Beehive. That was fun. That had good action. That had some good action beats. The Accountant also, I guess, would be good. I like that one a lot. Barbie. Yeah, Barbie. There we go. Boy Kills. What was the one with Daniel Radcliffe? We had the guns nailed to his hands. Was it Guns Akimbo? Is that what it was? I like that one quite a bit too. Nobody. Oh, Nobody was pretty good too. Fury Road. Okay, well, Fury Road is one of the best films of the last decade, period. So that's up there. I don't know if Prey counts, because Prey's not really an action film so much as like a sci-fi historical tension movie. Yeah, Guns Akimbo. There we go. Anyway, so user225, there's so many jokes to make about these guys feeling like they got cucked by Miles Spider BBC, but YouTube won't like the level of cooking. Yeah, sometimes you can't cook too hard. It gets overheated, I guess. Hardcore Henry. I liked Hardcore Henry, didn't love it. I'll say that. I didn't love Hardcore Henry. I liked it enough. Old Boy is 2 decades ago. That's like 2002. Yeah, anyway, back to this.
Being in the modern day, where the modern day is all about validation, validating people who they are. You need to validate their sexual identity, you need to validate their gender expression, you need to validate their sexual kinks, even everything like that. Because how dare anyone say that you are not perfect the way you are? Which is fun.
Shad, you've begged people to validate you as a sword expert for the last 15 years. Come on, man.
Fundamentally, contrary to the Christian standard. The Christian standard is like, no, everyone's actually imperfect. And
no
everyone
kink shaming, Shad. No kink shaming.
You must validate who I am. It is my, that goes into that stupid saying, I hate it, but it's my truth. Like,
Shad, when I said before that you weren't an expert on swords, you demanded I provide citation indirectly at that moment. Since then, I've actually gotten evidence from HEMA experts who do not take you seriously. Apparently, they're still waiting for your challenge, by the way, in a sword fight after your last appearance at a tournament where you didn't exactly provide the best performance, we'll say. But yeah, no. So I digress. Also, Shad, you demand people take you seriously as an AI artist. You're in no position to talk right now. At all. By any means. Azarius Daniels, thank you, Super Chat. Just saw Superman. Also been reading the comics and rewatching the Superman movies. All I can say is it's everything I wanted and expected. Every single person who sees Superman comes back and gets me more hyped for this movie. I am so excited to see this. Even the people who don't like it get me excited. Oh yeah, Westside Tyler, I'm ready to duel Shad at any time. I think most of us are ready to duel Shad. Jack Saint's been challenging him for like the last couple of years. At this point, just fight someone, man. Have an arranged match. Make it a live stream. Do the Boogie and Wings of Redemption thing. Make a whole show out of it. You know, people would watch it. You know, even if it's hate watching, you still make some money off of it. What are you gonna do?
No. There is not your truth. There is the truth, the objective truth, and then your opinion. And if your opinion is wrong, I do not need to validate it.
Did you just use the word objective, Shad? Oh my goodness!
Oh,
I don't think it's a coincidence that they hate objectivity in art either, because there is every person I've ever heard speak about art, every writer, every artist I've heard an interview from, talks about art from an objective standpoint. Like, here's a point where here's what you have to do, how you have to write it. Every editor kind of has the same thing. Here's like you have to have the structure here. But the only people I've heard dismiss the idea of any sort of objectivity in art are these art bros. Like, no, it's all about how you feel and stuff. So I mean, not actual artists. So. Yeah. It's
that's where we get the slop reality of modern art, where people just will make abject crap.
Okay, Shad, so Shad, listen. You just spent the last 10 minutes complaining about objectivity and not objectivity. I'm sorry, but everyone validating your truth and all that. It's all that, making bizarre comments that you would support trans people, but also then makes jokes about them sliding down Kermit's slide in the sewer. And now you're making comments about like how, all art critics talk about objectivity in the arts, whatever. Did you ever consider maybe that your art just sucks? Like, did you ever consider that? Like, maybe the problem that you have right now is that people see your art and don't like it and tell you they don't like it. But you demand an objective answer as to why your art is terrible. And when they give you objective reasons, you're like, no, that's subjective. You're trying to cancel me. Whatever the bullshit is. Who really cares? None of this fucking matters. Sai, thank you for the super chat. They are artists who make things that are left entirely up to audience interpretation, though. Oh, yeah. Well, my first thought is David Lynch. David Lynch spends the late David Lynch, he refused to ever explain even a fraction of what his art meant. He would just go on interviews and go like, Eraserhead is really my most spiritual film. And when they asked him to answer, he'd be like, no, I'm not telling you. In his own way. So artists entirely just say, hey, I just have this feeling. Here's my thoughts. Here's my impressionistic feelings. The impressionistic movement, by the way, is all how art makes you feel. Just drawing whatever you want and leaving a vision that you draw from on your own way. All art critics. Name a few. You're going to just say Mahler probably, but I digress. Yeah, rest in peace, David Lynch. Fantastic director. Hell, I'll be honest with you. The funny thing is, even I argue that you should have some objectivity when examining art. By citing an objective detail, you can create a subjective claim. That's something I argued entirely in my Mahler video. But they probably mark me down as like some subjective loser who thinks, oh, it's all about how you feel, all that good stuff.
Right?
Yeah,
And
it's a psyop, dude.
It's actually, artistic, and it's really meaningful because there are people. I actually genuinely think people create meaning when they want it to be something to be special when it's not, and so they just invent it, and it's meaningful to me. And yeah, you're absolutely right. Like people's taste can be subjective,
We can
but
get
no,
the
I think there
Superman
are
video
absolutely
eventually.
objective qualities in.
Okay, let's get to Superman.
So I saw this tweet of yours, Dev, and I quite liked it.
This one got some attention.
Yeah. So I don't know who the original tweeter is, the Fresher Luke, where they share people's reactions
Here's
to
an
a
interesting
character
topic
in the
to
Watchmen,
discuss.
where the guy who made it is like a complete lefty progressive type guy. How far left is he, Dev? Do you know? Like,
I mean, Alan Moore, he's a communist tattoo, I think.
communist, all right,
The guy who made this, he's some far left guy. Oh, Alan Moore. Shad, you know who Alan Moore is, right? Like, Alan Moore. One of the most iconic, important figures in, like, comic book history. Yes, he's so salty about his brother being a better artist. Oh, he's 100%. He's 100% salty of his brother being a better artist. I mean, look, he could be streaming right now with his brother, who is a very popular artist. Instead, he decides to stream with Mike S. Miller, who is a failed comic book artist who worked with George R.R. Martin and somehow tossed that opportunity out the window in order to join up with Ethan Van Sciver in that whole group. And you're working with a guy who is in comics, two guys who are involved with comics, and you don't know who Alan Moore is. Beyond, that guy, he's a leftist, right? Like, yeah, you mean Alan Moore, one of those iconic writers in comic book history? That one? But he claims to be a big Superman fan, which you would know then that Alan Moore wrote some of the most important Superman stories of all time. But, I digress. That was adapted into the Justice League Unlimited cartoon in one of the few adaptations Alan Moore was actually okay with, because it was a good freaking adaptation. Yeah. Anyway, let's see what he has to say.
Is he a witch too, or something?
He's a wizard. He's a mad wizard of comics. He's a good writer, like really good.
He's never late.
He's a really good writer. What was it?
But he didn't get the joke. Wizard is never late, Frodo. Nor is he early. He arrives precisely when he means to. Something I have said multiple times when I am 30 minutes late to hanging out with friends, something like that.
Also a mad wizard, so he actually does believe in magic. If you read the League of Extraordinary Gentlemen after Volume 2, it's a really interesting look into his psyche, because one of the new main characters he adds is a guy that transforms from man to woman and from woman to man again, and Quatermain is now gay. So it's an interesting turn of events.
So isn't that Orlando that he uses, which is a Virginia Woolf character who also transitions from male to female and back and forth? And that wouldn't be his character. That would be Virginia Woolf's character, I'm pretty sure. But I also read League of Extraordinary Gentlemen. Yeah, League of Extraordinary. I can never say this right. League of Extraordinary Gentlemen, like ages ago. So I'm a little hazy on if they used Orlando from Virginia Woolf's Orlando or not. But I digress.
He's a little weird side, but
okay, cool. It was Orlando. Yeah, then Literature Devil. He didn't actually make Orlando. Orlando's existed in literature for 100 years. It's not a new character. It's classic literature. You dumb people. Anyway, back to this.
He's also a genius writer.
Mm-hmm. Well, he doesn't seem to understand certain basic principles of writing and certain, like what people will gravitate to and identify with. Because in this picture, It says Moore recalls thinking that Rorschach would be seen as a satirical character. In spite of giving the masked figure an abhorrent personality, Moore admits that he failed to realize people in the audience would find such a figure admirable. Moore even describes his surprise when he discovered Watchmen had a large right-wing fan base. In his boldest declaration, Moore says that if his stories can be that misinterpreted, it does make you wonder that what the point of doing it was. And it's like, sir, maybe they are not the ones misinterpreting it. Maybe you do not understand human nature.
No, I think you're misinterpreting it. Listen, you can like Rorschach all you want. Please identify with the smelly homeless man who is completely psychotic, friendless, and hates everyone and is paranoid until his dying day and dies for nothing. You can admire that if you really want. But why? Finvo, thank you for super chat. The objective debate honestly started because some dude on the internet mad at the face somebody like The Last Jedi. It's so pathetic. Yeah, Mahler. That's the whole debating of that. Like Mahler basically argued that he made an objective opinion of The Last Jedi based on objective facts. And he wasn't. And listen, here's the thing about Mahler. I've said this in my video about Mahler. I've said this multiple times. He's not wrong all the time. That's what makes him more interesting to discuss, at least at first. But the more you dig, the more you realize how hypocritical he is. That's the big issue. He's hypocritical and he isolates himself from genuine feedback, which prevents him from growing. So he becomes a very boring, stagnant figure in the critical landscape. He doesn't evolve. He doesn't listen to feedback. He doesn't get better. But please, tell me how people would... Please, any of you three explain to me why you think that Rorschach is a figure to be admired. He is a smelly homeless man who does a thing you hate, hates the country. He hates the country. He hates all the people involved with it. He hates all the politicians. He hates all the news anchors. He hates all the stars. He hates all the architects. He hates the smartest people in the world and the dumbest people in the world. He hates everyone. He sees everyone as a potential criminal, and he believes that his own brand of justice is the only way to fix the world. He also is a smelly homeless man who is only homeless because he can't function in society. He's deeply, deeply, deeply screwed up emotionally. Also, he has a mask that is really cool, yes. And he's a racist, and he's a homophobe, and he's a bigot because he hates everything. He's a great character, a fascinating case study, an incredibly well-written figure. The problem isn't if you enjoyed reading the character, it was if you admired the character, thought he was something to aspire to be, a smelly man who doesn't bathe and just doesn't function in the world. User 225, how awesome would a Shad Lily Orchard debate be? That would be painful. That would be the most painful thing in the world because neither one would listen to the other person. They would just start talking over the other person or snorting into at least Shad doesn't stop talking. Lily would just sit there and not respond. Lily is not really a debater, I don't think. I don't think she's capable of really debating sufficiently because I think once she gets challenged on something, she folds quickly. Shad just becomes a blowhard who just tries to manipulate situations. He's not really good at debates. Yeah. Anyway, Finvo, I guarantee they only watch Snyder Watchmen. Oh, probably. And that movie definitely glorifies Rorschach a lot more. People who just saw the Watchmen film, and I know this because my spouse has only seen the Watchmen movie. She hasn't read the comic. She's read a lot of books, but she just hasn't read Watchmen the comic. She liked Rorschach well enough, but she also recognizes that in the comic, he's a very different figure. Snyder made all the characters more admirable, where in the comic, they're all more miserable. Their own actions cause pain to themselves more than anyone else. Adrian Parchman. Also, Zack Snyder directed Watchmen, too. Yeah, and it's I like Zack Snyder's Watchmen a bit, but it's its own thing. It's not really an adaptation of the comic. It's verbatim what happens in the comic at times, but it misses the tone and feel of it, which has a big impact on how you read events. The framing is different. Mellow Boy, thank you for Super Chat. Hi, Ant, your vids are great. These people are not that great at critiquing things. Great example is his live stream about Andor. They do the same sort of thing in his Andor stream. Oh dear Lord, I feel so bad for you for watching that. Thank you so much for the compliments. Yeah, they're not that good at critiquing. They just aren't. Hunter HG, Hey, I love your streams. I download them and listen to them at work. Keep up the great work. Oh, thank you so much. I appreciate that. I'm glad they can bring you some comfort at work. If you listen to any of these while working, hey, keep up the hard work. You're doing a great job, whatever you're doing right now. I have to tell you right now. Guaranteed. And again, like, is Rorschach a bad character? No, he's a great character. But if you have to respect Rorschach and think he's a role model, I gotta question a few things.
He's actually made this great thing by accident.
And the message that you put in, because one of the responders like, right, says, what? People actually like a vigilante that brutalizes criminals and kills murderous pedophiles? Ah, go insane!
Oh, and also doesn't want to commit mass murder to establish a lie?
Yes.
No, he still commits mass murder. He just can't compromise. That's his one admirable trait, that he can't compromise his morals in the face of Armageddon. Yeah, I'll give you that. That's an admirable trait. But you have to ignore the last 12 issues to only look at that one point, which I'm sure is easy for you to do because you're not actually reading the comics.
Right. It's like...
JH Matadeer, question, what does Rorschach have to do with Superman? Nothing at all. Why?
That's the bad guy part.
Yeah, and he's unbending in his morals.
Yeah, how can he not understand why people would appreciate certain things about Rorschach? But he does, and it's like, maybe it's not people misinterpreting your message. Maybe it's you not understanding what you've written, sir.
No, I think it's that everyone overlooks the fact he's a smelly, homeless man who hates everything. That's the big thing. Is he a great character again? Yeah, undeniably so. I think he's a fascinating character, really good character. But liking a character is not the same as looking up to them as a role model. Plus, they're better characters in Watchmen, I think. I think Night Owl's way more interesting of a character than Rorschach, personally. But I digress.
Also, even on a fundamental level of writing, Rorschach is also like he's been abused. He has a tragic backstory, like very edgelord tragic backstory. He's poor, like he lives in squalor. So he's out of all the people in Watchmen, he's the one that really struggles the most. He's like from the bottom, the dregs. So he's the one, because he's the one that struggles the most. He's the one we kind of like to cheer on them. He's the most underdog. He's like the guy kind of on his own. Everyone has left him, has betrayed him. His partner, Night Owl, is just like some guy who lives in an apartment. Now everyone else is comfortable. Like Laurie and Dr. Manhattan, like they're being provided for by the government. His former partner, Night Owl, is just some guy living comfortably. Everyone else is just fine, right where they are. Rorschach is the only guy who's still struggling against evil. Who's still out.
Literature Devil, how the fuck did you misinterpret Watchmen this badly? No, none of them are comfortable. They're all miserable. Everyone in Watchmen is suffering under their own unique circumstances. That's the point. How did you misinterpret this that badly? Like, Silk Spectre is just used to control Dr. Manhattan by the government. She is trapped in a loveless marriage, knowing that she's just an asset for the government to use that she can just toss out. She's rendered homeless halfway through the comic because Dr. Manhattan leaves Earth and the government has no more use for her. Night Owl is completely trapped between his desire to go out there to relive the glory days and fight crime, but also his fear of confrontation, his desire to kind of exist and coast, but his drive to do something more. There's a lot of tragedy to everyone there. How can you read Watchmen and not pick up on that? You just demonstrate you just don't get Watchmen based on that. If your takeaway is Rorschach is the only person who struggles, then you completely missed the point of Watchmen and just read the Rorschach chapters and got bored by everything else. Like, by a mile. Dear Lord. Oh, my goodness. And telling Alan Moore he doesn't understand his own comic. That's pretty pretentious coming from someone who clearly doesn't understand the comic themselves. Adrian Parchman, thank you for the super chat. Alan Moore, comic was a mistake. Joking. Yeah, he would pull the Miyazaki, honestly. I'm not going to lie. 394 votes. 97% said Shad will be offended by this stream. I'm surprised that 3% did not. Anyway, back to this.
They're on the dregs of society, kind of dealing with it all. So his struggle is what we like, because look, when we watch like a sports movie or something like that, it's not like the victory is all that it is. What's inspiring about athletes or whatever you're watching is the hero is the one that struggles. It's his valiant struggle.
Overcoming adversity. People relate to that because
you say that in German.
Every single person on Earth has adversity in their lives, and the goal is to overcome it. And we get inspired by people that show that it's possible. That if you just don't give up and you try your very best, you can triumph. And that's the uplifting message behind. Yeah, even people who do sports and things. Sorry to cut you off, Lynn. Were you say something else that you wanted to?
Are you trying to turn the story of Rorschach descending into madness as an inspiring sports story? Guys, just. Anyway, I digress.
That's about it. It's just It's just how it goes with this character. Is kind of it's a struggle that if whether it be Rorschach or any hero, any main character, the struggle is.
What am I talking about? Chad's never read Watchmen. He's going off of Literature Devil's interpretation, and Literature Devil doesn't have the balls to say no, you're actually not correct about this, or he agrees, which makes it worse. If he's read Watchmen, which I'm pretty sure he has, I feel like Literature Devil has read Watchmen at least once, but just misinterpreted it, or is only remembering the parts that stood out to him in hindsight. Probably the latter, I imagine. Because it is a dense book. A lot happens in it. I forget details unless I reread it every so often. It sounds like he's framing it in a way that makes Rorschach this underdog, when in actuality, he is an underdog. That is true. But he's just a smelly loser. He's a pathetic figure in the comic. But, as with a lot of things in storytelling, we ignore the worst. We ignore the worst and focus in on the most positive aspects, as you do quite often. But I digress.
It is inspiring to us, and the actual victory is the catharsis, the climax. Yeah, it's fun to see that occur, but it's only powerful because of the struggle that came before it.
But isn't the struggle also just because he refuses to compromise?
Yeah, he refuses even in the case of Armageddon.
That is this great moral characteristic that most people fail at, because they will compromise for comfort.
They all compromise at the end. They all, okay, we hate this, but we have no choice. We're going to run with this lie. And Rorschach's the only one who goes, no, can't do that.
Yeah,
you're going to kill me.
Yeah, because if they don't compromise, a lot more people are going to die. And Dr. Manhattan even points out, well, nothing ever ends. So it's not really the end of anything. It's just going to keep going anyway. I just am going to leave the planet now and make my own universe. Again, it's not an optimistic ending. It's a very depressing ending. And Rorschach dies for nothing. He doesn't compromise. That's true. And then he dies for nothing. I thought Silk Spectre, not Silk Silhouette, was a critic on female superheroes. It is a critique to an extent, but it's also just her own character, and how she becomes like an appendage for this male character, when in actuality she has her own life, her own wants, her own needs, her own confused wishes and wants and desires, and that plays into everything.
He actually does say the line, "Never compromise, even in the face of Armageddon." He just doesn't do it at the end. He does earlier in the book. Mm-hmm. But that line is in there, so that is part of his mentality. Never compromise, even in the face of Armageddon.
Mm-hmm. And so, Littev, you say the whole conservatives can't make art assertion becomes amusing when you realize that so much of the greatest things made by leftists were made entirely by accident.
Apparently so. Yeah, because there's a whole there's a whole assertion up there because of if you're right wing, you can't make art, which is, I mean, that's very, very misleading and very disingenuous to say too.
Can I stop drawing now then? I'm right.
Okay, here's the thing. Here's a controversial statement. I also believe that conservatives can make art. Shocking. I made a whole video on conservatives making art. I don't think the problem is if conservatives can or can't make art. The problem is that a lot of the art that is made explicitly to be right-wing media today just isn't good today, because they get caught up in the sauce. They get caught up in the pop culture nonsense, the anti-woke bullshit. Look, listen. One of the most successful directors of the modern era is Clint Eastwood. Very conservative man. Makes great movies. I don't know what to tell you, buddy. Juror Number 2, which just came out like a few months ago, fantastic. Really good. Oh, not fantastic. It was a good movie. I wouldn't say fantastic because it is very predictable. You kind of know where it's going. I think the ending has some cool ideas it plays with. There's a lot of cool stuff going on. But, it's not that complicated. Oh, X-Men Superfan, thank you so much for the generous super chat. What a mess. Rorschach was a Nazi. I don't know if he was a Nazi necessarily, but Ozymandias does say he's practically a Nazi. You do have to, that is in reference to his bigotries and worldview, which is highly conspiratorial. I don't think he's ever explicitly shown to be a Nazi, though. I think it's more implied that he's so bigoted it's kind of hard to know where his paranoid conspiracy theories begin or end. But that's a fair point. He is excessively bigoted. User225, I dream I was playing a dating sim / street racing game. You raise other racers by beating them, and at the end you unlock their vehicles. Did I cook? Oh, hell yeah, you cooked. That sounds great. And it'd be a fun variant of the dating sim. I feel like a lot of dating sims, they get too caught up in like these social discussions. I don't know about that, Yeah, he's more libertarian. Well, because the thing with Rorschach, he's a parody of The Answer. He's a satire of The Answer. So he's technically an Ayn Randian objectivist, really. Which I think shows why some conservatives like Rorschach, I guess. Because he is an Ayn Rand caricature, essentially. Because again, Steve Ditko made the question as a Randian archetype. So if you really like that, well, maybe it's because you're an objectivist. You know, maybe that's the thing you're looking for. Because, and again, if you like that, read the old question books by Steve Ditko. They're more of an inspiration perspective. What? The question. Oh, did I say the answer? The question. I'm so sorry. The question. I'm so stupid. My brain's mixed up. My mistake there. Sorry. The old question books by Steve Ditko. The answer. Wow, you can tell I'm tired. It's been a long couple of weeks with there I go making fun of them for not knowing comic book lore, and I'm like making the answer, the answer, right? No, the question. Yeah, thank you, chat, for calling me out on that one. The question. Yeah, so the question is, maybe read the old Steve Ditko question books. I would say. Anyway, back to this. Thank you, chat, for holding me hold my feet to the coals, though. That's important. Or just read the new question books where it's Renee Montoya, who is a lesbian. But I digress.
Because the thing is, everyone you see in mainstream American media might be left wing, because you're not really allowed to be right wing in America.
Oh yeah, they kick you out.
Not openly, yeah.
Clint Eastwood is an example right there of someone who's been celebrated by media and is definitely right wing. Vince Vaughn, also still right wing, makes tons of material. There's tons of conservatives in Hollywood. A large amount. X-Men Superfan, thank you again for the super chat. That's very generous of you. Rorschach ticks a lot of the points in the a lot of points in Umberto Eco's 14 Ways to Spot a Fascist. That is true. He absolutely does. I think it's no surprise that in the Watchmen TV show, they used Rorschach's iconography to focus on the white supremacist group that's aligned with the Klan. There is a lot of fascist ideology with Rorschach. And you can probably do the same Umberto Eco's 14 points in regards to Batman in Frank Miller's The Dark Knight Returns. Another example of a conservative who makes art, Frank Miller. But even then, it's like you look at that and you go, okay, but is he specifically a Nazi? Fascist? Yeah, he's a fascist sympathizer. He likes the comedian, who's also another fascist kind of power fantasy. In Alan Moore's perspective, I should point out. But that does not necessarily make him a Nazi specifically. Even with Umberto Eco, he was drawing from Italian fascism, which was different from Nazism, though aligned with it.
Yeah,
not openly. You have to be quiet about it. So
right. So it's kind of like if you're quiet about it, you can be pretty sure that person's right wing.
And that's usually how it goes. Like if they don't talk about.
What about Chris Pratt? Chris Pratt's one of the biggest stars in Hollywood. Definitely a conservative. Arnold Schwarzenegger. He ran as a Republican, also conservative. Sylvester Stallone, very conservative. I don't know what delusion these people are living in. It's just not it, man.
Politics or anything like that, then they're probably going to be either center right or right wing all the way.
Right.
Seems
I don't
like
talk about politics. Voted for Trump.
Well, speaking of politics, back onto Superman, and so the discussion of
finally back on the Superman. Okay, here we go.
A message about kindness I'm not necessarily opposed to if it's done right. What I was leading to before is that what it seems to be in the film, as what we've seen, is that the kindness that they're going to be talking about is toxicity online, and that can go either way. But in terms of the film, doesn't Luthor have like an army of monkeys that are like,
According to what I've heard, yeah, that's the idea. That can have some mutant monkeys that tweet all day or something.
Tweet all day, post online, attacking Superman and things. Now, I do agree that internet kind of cancel mobs and hate campaigns and everything like that is off the rails, and social media is just exasperating those issues. And in that sense, I think people can actually do a lot better, because I see way too much. I think it's happened to.
Again, it's a stream. I won't hold it to him too much, but it's about halfway through the video, he gets to the Superman article because he gets so caught up in. So, by the way, just so you know, they introduced the stream saying, let's start with Superman 3 minutes in. They got sidetracked for 20 minutes complaining about how badly they're oppressed. 20 minutes of their own crying about how oppressed they are. I don't even spend that much time about that. And I'm supposed to be the soft leftist who complains about things all the time. Oh, James one. What? Zachary Levi. Well, Zachary Levi. Can you really say he has a career anymore? I mean, he was just Shazam, so I guess that's fair. Now he's Harold, the boy with the purple crayon, and then he's the father, the unbreakable boy with autism. You know. Anyway,
each and every one of us at some point, where people will go ballistic at you for what is like. In the larger scheme of things,
oh my God, are you still going back into crying about yourself?
It's just a view of something. And in my own cases, people have attacked me because I dare to say that the artistic style, not the animation's great, but I think the actual way the faces are constructed and stuff like that in Studio Ghibli, it's a little plain. That's just my...
Shad, people were mad at you because you were shilling AI art. That's why they were mad at you. Also, you have no taste. I guess that got him pissed, though. Keep making fun of him for the lack of perspective on Studio Ghibli, by the way. Studio Ghibli. It'd be perfect.
Take. It's nothing like I think malicious in that, and you can disagree with me. That's fine. I'm more than happy to have a discussion.
Chat, you just said, "Wow, people get so offended if I tell them I don't believe in their gender identity," and then you go like, "And people are so mad at me because they disagree with me about Ghibli movies, and I'm the victim here." Do you get the divide there, Shad? Do you see the issue? You know, like you can't go for 1 minute saying, "Oh, I just invalidate someone's identity, which I know can cause them to be depressed. I'm really trying to help them," versus people are so mad at me for making me talk about Ghibli films, and I did something dumb and people got mad at me. How dare they? No way. User 225, Shad thinks anything he can't goon to is plain. That explains why he's upset that Ghibli films don't... Oh, even then, they have Lady Eboshi from Princess Mononoke. She's gorgeous. Or there's other characters too, but I digress.
About that, right? But I find it bizarre that...
Oh, can you turn the subtitles on? Oh yeah, I'm so sorry.
People would choose to hate someone for an opinion like that. The other one, because of course, my views on AI art, and that can get a little bit more complicated because people think AI art is like art specifically. It's immoral, it's theft, and I've shared my opinion multiple times with videos and even essays, and so I was like, no, according to the letter of the law, it's not theft. In actual fact, it's very equivalent to what most humans have done throughout human history in regards to.
No, it's not. Also, people make fun of you for your AI art because you suck at it, but I digress. And you act like it's some big ordeal, but really it's you plug a few prompts in and you make subpar product. That's what people make fun of you for.
Learning off of previous works and things. But
you know what's funny? This thing I'm drawing right now, this is a commission for somebody, but the reference he gave me, and this is for, I think he's doing a comic book or a book or something. The reference he gave me was designed in AI.
Oh.
And I love the way AI designs stuff. Like running through and just, you could do 50 different versions of a thing and just like steal a little bit from this one, a little bit from, because that's what you're doing when you're designing it. You're stealing from other people. So it's like AI steals it first and then
it's great for concepting. Like the one that I've seen recently where I think it's just another sign of the internet going ballistic over something that honestly, like, it's an opinion. You might dislike the guy, the way he goes about it, but the amount of hate I think, can get lobbed at someone goes a bit extreme, is the Stop Killing Games controversy and pirate software. Have you been seeing any of that?
Oh God. Okay. So here we got, it shouldn't surprise you that Mike S. Miller glazes for AI because he can't come up with any good ideas himself. So it makes sense. Again, 25 minutes. I don't care about this controversy you're talking about here. It doesn't matter. It doesn't mean anything to me.
Is suing over this. The entire country of Brazil is suing over this.
I mean,
I don't care.
Spend
Superman. Come on.
For mods that are made by the community people.
Come on.
He just opposed it so that people would go against him and they would sign the petitions.
Well, that's just an example of, I think, online hate going too far. And there are many examples where we could all agree it goes too far. And it depends if Superman is going
30 minutes. Y'all, 2 minutes in, he's like, we're going to start with the main topic. 30 minutes later, they haven't even gotten to the fucking quote yet.
To discuss something like that. I think you could absolutely do a Superman story that has something like that. And guess what? I also think you could potentially do a Superman story that does get a little political, but it's all about the execution, okay?
Which you haven't seen yet because you haven't watched the movie yet, dude. At the time of this stream, no one had seen the movie yet. Mellow Boy, thank you for Super Chat. I feel like they seem to get sidetracked. Same thing with the Andor review. In that stream, it took until the 50-minute mark to talk about the show. And look, here's the thing. I get sidetracked all the time. I take a while to get to the point sometimes. But, like, focus, hone in. There's a topic at play, a focus at play. Get on that. Hone in, lock in, go there, okay? This is ridiculous. Okay, let's keep going.
Okay? The politics that I think everyone is perfectly fine with and have celebrated in the past is are universal morals that we all not only appreciate, but we want encouraged and promoted.
Okay, hold on to that thought. The James Gunn quote is about how kindness is a universal value and that there are people and it should transcend politics, but there's some people who don't like who get offended by kindness and just, fuck them. That's the quote. That is basically just what Shad and his cronies just spent the last 30 minutes saying. At this point, based purely on the language that James Gunn used, there should be no division here between what Shad and his crew think and what James Gunn thinks. So by that logic, there should be no argument, right? They should be on the same page. Let's see how Shad misconstrues what James Gunn's saying. Want Gibson, thank you for joining as a member once again. After this stream is over, I'll be posting a link to the Discord for members only. If you want to join as a member, you absolutely can. You get access to an exclusive Discord. And there we go. Anyway, back to this.
Flap a jab.
No, man.
Remember,
So we're going back to the.
that'd be really funny. That'd be a really good subversion of expectations. If this is Superman that can change his face to look like a Japanese guy, like he did in the comics, with no buck teeth and stuff like that. Oh, look, I can blend in.
What the fuck are you talking about, you freaking weirdo?
I actually would not be opposed for that being one of Superman's powers. No, the reason being, like, I've always had trouble with the fact that Kryptonians are aliens and they look exactly like humans. And I was like, if they actually looked somewhat alien-like, but Superman had the ability to slightly morph his face to appear human, that would just make more sense to me. Or they need to explain it that humans and Kryptonians have a joint kind of evolutionary chain, that we either have a shared ancestor or something like that. I need an explanation for the world building because it doesn't make sense.
Yes, being able to change your face a little bit, or change your appearance would make sense. Like, he could look human, or he could change his appearance entirely and look Japanese. It's
Sure, why not?
Just read Martian Manhunter, dude. Come the fuck on, man. Like, you're just being racist. like, listen, it's not offensive. It's just so stupid. It's hard to take it seriously. Like, what do you even... Oh, my goodness. It's so stupid. Like, none of that. You didn't have to share that you were a racist. But you did. You chose that. And you know what? I'm glad you did, because now I know that you said that. So I have a good clip now to cite whenever you say anything that's completely useless in any future time I ever reference you ever, Literature Devil. So that was Literature Devil, everyone. By the way, Literature Devil channel, his channel is right here. I'll show you the guy who said that about the Japanese people. It's right here. And I bring it up real quick. Here is his channel. He's been on here a few times. This is the guy who just said that Superman should turn his face into a racist caricature. So yeah, that is who you should direct your concerns to. I will say. Anyway, back to this. Oh, but Superman's Rotten Tomato score. How's it doing so far? Doing pretty good. All right, back to this.
Hey, wait a minute. I resemble that remark.
I like when he changes his...
X-Men Superfan, thank you for the super chat. Is he trying to say he would be okay with a yellow face version of Superman? Yes, he is. By the way, he probably would not be okay with the issue of Superman where they make Lois Lane black, though. Which was a landmark issue for the time, though, of course, in hindsight, not everything... The idea of having blackface be a positive experience for Lois Lane, it's a little problematic for sure. A lot problematic. But they were trying. Their head was their heart was in the right place, I think, with that issue. It was trying to draw attention to racial discrimination and the problems that people faced from racial discrimination. But execution-wise, a little problematic. Very problematic, but I digress.
His face, he gets glasses too. He gets like the whole stereotype.
Okay, the reason why people are getting triggered by James Gunn's statement about Superman being political are the type of politics, all right? Because there are universal morals that we all think is great, universal practices that even our government stuff and everything like that. Like Superman.
User 225, I'm Asian. Funny because I mogged this guy into oblivion. Oh fuck yeah, you do. This guy sucks. Like it's so ridiculous. It's hard to be offended. It genuinely is. It's too stupid to be offended by it. like these guys. It's like the kid from before, the 15-year-old edgelord. It's hard to be It's hard to really be offended by that because he's just too goofy. You know, it's too stupid.
One of the previous films got pretty political when it came to nuclear disarmament. Which one was that? Superman 3?
Yeah.
It's Superman 4. Superman 4 is the one with nuclear disarmament. Superman 3 is with the computer and the evil kryptonite.
The one where he with Nicotine Man, right?
Yeah, where he starts to throw the nukes into the sun, and there's a big message about nuclear disarmament, and like that got pretty political, right?
Yeah, and
Like,
it sucked.
You didn't like it?
No.
Mhm.
I didn't like it as a
too.
kid. I thought it was the freaking worst Superman ever.
It is the worst Superman movie ever. Not because the messaging, it's just a bad movie because Cannon cut the budget too much. That was also what's interesting about that one. That was a Christopher Reeve project. Christopher Reeve really pushed for that direction to be made with Superman 4. And you can kind of see traces, like you can kind of see the seeds to what would become his later political career as an activist for the disabled after his accident from that. User 225 automatically assumes an Asian guy stole his girl. Wait, what? Wait, what happened? I think I missed a step here. I'm confused. What about an Asian? I think I missed something there. I'm not sure I get what the reference there is. Thin Vo, he talking about actual comic panel where Superman distort. It was a very racist panel, as Superman said, I can change my face into a... Oh, I don't know that one. I believe it happened, though, because Silver Age is a whole thing. Anyway, let's move on.
It's been too long since I've seen that one, right? I mean, I have views about concerns of nuclear weapons anyway. I think more people can kind of, at least sympathize with the message of the film, even if it wasn't done well. Right?
Yeah, but it was shoehorning a political story, and even as a kid who was not politically aware, I realized how freaking stupid that was. I
need to rewatch it because you might be right, honestly. Maybe it's no, it wasn't. I was a kid, and so I was like, Superman, yay! But maybe that was actually far more jarring than I realized.
I was a slightly older kid.
Yeah,
so.
you're a slightly older kid.
I'm what, 9 years older than you, right?
Oh, at least. All I know, Mike, is that you're ancient and you look like you're an immortal.
That's because I am a Japanese. You know what? I just saw a picture of all like the existing Supermen minus Henry Cavill, and oddly enough, you know who looked the youngest? Dean Cain.
Dean Cain.
Dean Cain. Hang on a second here. Let's compare that for a second. I think I may be missing something. So here's a picture of Dean Cain today. Right here. Let's get an. Oh, I'm sorry. This is from. Okay, this is an image of Dean Cain from almost 10 years ago. Right here. Here's Dean Cain 10 years ago. And here's an image of actor Brandon Routh just recently, I think. Here's an image of, I think this is fairly recent right here. Yeah, this is, when was this done? This was, okay, this one's a couple years old, but this is Brandon Routh recently as well. So, just for the sake of, no, hang on, the image. Just the image. Cool, awesome. So, this is Brandon Routh more recently. So, apparently, they're trying to tell me that this man right here from 10 years ago, who's aged since then, looks younger than this guy right here who was just photographed recently. I don't see it. I just don't see it. Sorry, man. I don't believe you in that one.
This one.
All right, so politics in media, right? It's not that everyone is necessarily opposed to it. It's that are you injecting subversive political propaganda that panders to one side? That's what people have a concern.
And current politics.
Current politics,
right?
And then he drops.
I would think that nuclear arm back in the 40s would be like current for the 80s, but again, that's not what James Gunn is doing. All he's saying, because I've actually read the quote at least 4 times before in this video, that niceness is kindness is a universal value, and that some people don't appreciate kindness. Fuck them. That's what he said. If they don't like kindness, go fuck themselves. That's all he's saying. My hair is doing all sorts of crazy things, I'm noticing. It looks probably like a ridiculous mess at least 5 times over this time, but hey, it's hot in New Jersey. What are you going to do? let's hear how they misinterpret it finally.
He dropped the whole immigration thing, and it's like, wait. You're already going into some really, I could say problematic territory, because that is a charged word that people misinterpret all the time, because they try and attack that. Everyone on the right has issues with immigration. It's like, no. Illegal immigration, yes, but
no, legal immigration too, given their current actions.
Legal immigration. I've seen very few people on the right have a problem with legal immigration, but illegal immigration. Okay, big.
Well, Shad, that's because you're not living in the United States. Legal immigrants are also being apprehended, who are going to their green card meetings, or going to their regular scheduled hearings for legal immigration. So, no, it's all kinds of immigration right now.
Those are two very different things. Okay.
Right.
And
it's like the difference between being mad at somebody for jumping the line and jumping over the fence at Disneyland and somebody paying to get in.
Also, James Gunn never mentioned legal or illegal. He just said he's an immigrant. You're bringing legal or illegal into the conversation. No one mentioned illegal outside of Smallville, where they did mention that Superman is really an illegal immigrant to the United States. But that's a Smallville thing. Apparently, what was not controversial to say back in 2000 is somehow deeply controversial 25 years later. But what do I know? Nothing at all. Hell, Shad, you don't even go here. You don't even go to this country. And yeah, as established multiple times, hell, even Ben Shapiro consented that Superman is an immigrant. Even Ben Shapiro, in his rambling, incoherent nonsense we saw at the start of this video, admitted that Superman is absolutely an immigrant. Where is the concern here?
And so let's read what Sam Gunn says, because he basically says, look, it's going to be political. It's a story about an immigrant, Superman being an immigrant. And it's like, well,
it seems like this is like almost like government, like company mandate. Like, okay, we have to push the agenda that he's an immigrant. Say that he's an immigrant. So like, okay, James Gunn, here's your assignment. You have to switch your movie. You have to add into the movie that he's an immigrant, and you have to emphasize it, because we got to.
Did any of you fucking people read the comics? He's an immigrant there too. He comes from Krypton in a little space pod, travels through space, lands in a new country where he then becomes a citizen of that country. Sometimes. He does have United States citizenship that he then revokes in the comics, so I guess it worked out somehow legally. He crossed the border of space to stay somewhere else. It's every version of Superman. This isn't like a secret thing. This is every version of Superman. You watched the first Superman movie. You know this, Shad. Even you would know this. Even you know this. Yet you act like you don't. You act like it's a new thing. You act like it's some new information. You act like it's something controversial that James Gunn of the studio invented, as opposed to the original creators of Superman, who drew from their own experience, either as an immigrant themselves to America or as the descendant of immigrants, when writing Superman. This is something they've cited before, on video. The BBC interviewed them in the 80s and had that clip. Switzels, thank you for Super Chat. How bad does your immediate comprehension have to be for you to think someone who is from a different planet isn't an immigrant? Crazy. Oh yeah, it feels like you're taking crazy pills after a certain while, because the takes that they're making are just so mind-numbingly dumb, like beyond just not getting the characters. It's foolishness, like bewildering foolishness. Anyway, back to this.
We got to Trump,
guys, because Superman is an immigrant. What would you? Because there's a class of immigrants that is actually fleeing the country being destroyed. Asylum seekers. Okay.
I think if your planet is blowing up,
yes,
you're a valid asylum seeker.
I think Superman qualifies for being an asylum seeker, and not just being classed as an immigrant. Like there are so many false equivalents to try.
No, an asylum seeker is a type of immigrant. It's immigration is the umbrella term. Asylum seeker is under that umbrella. Immigrants are anyone who comes from one country to the next. Their motivation for moving from one country to the next permanently, that's different. But the immigration umbrella is where he falls under. It's not a false equivalency. It's that a refugee falls under that. Switzels, thank you so much for the super chat. I know you didn't leave a message. Please type it if you want me to read something. I will read it out loud. It just didn't send for whatever reason. I'll keep an eye out for it in the chat. Oh, whoops, didn't get my message up there, LMAO. Yeah, Switzels, just say what you want to say. I'll read it out loud anyway. I'll wait for you to post. I'll just I'll play the video until then.
Trying to use Superman as an allegory or message to justify illegal immigration. That's where people are going to have a problem with. And so Gunn says that his version.
Chad, no one mentioned illegal immigration. X-Men superfan, wait till you hear of Wonder Woman. The news will be shocked and scandalized. Oh yeah, another immigrant and an ambassador to America and Themyscira. Like, dude, it's so dumb. It's so. Oh, thanks to you, good man. Now, I was going to say, do you think they even know what an immigrant is? Based on their current commentary, I don't think they do. Because they seem to conflate immigrant with illegal immigrant, which is a totally different statement. We're not talking about illegal immigration. Smallville is talking about illegal immigration. All James Gunn said was that Superman traveled from Krypton to America. He is, by definition, an immigrant. He is a stranger to this land who comes in later and has to adjust and acclimate and has to deal with bigotries associated with being from another world, figuratively and literally. Martian Manhunter is also an immigrant. Thank you. That is also true. Immigration equals illegals in his American brain. Ameriboo brain. Yeah. Shad is such an Ameriboo. It's ridiculous.
Superman won't shy away from commentary. It's like, okay, dude, if you're going to try and draw, like...
Again, this is the actual quote. I mean, Superman is the story of America, Gunn said. He's an immigrant that came from other places and populated the country. But for me, this is mostly a story that says basic human kindness is a value and is something we have lost. That is the quote. That is the only quote that matters. Superman is the story of America. He is an immigrant who's traveled from one place to the next. But he also represents kindness. That is the entire statement from start to finish. Immigrant, nice, good. We've forgotten it. That's it. Everything else Shad is saying is his own paranoid delusion of what he thinks James Gunn is saying without actually having read the real quote itself. And you can, but I think he knows this. I think he knows he's full of shit, because if he didn't know he was full of shit, he would just read the quote before reacting. But he has to react. He has to break it up. He has to divide it. He has to distract from the fact that the real quote completely dismantles his own argument. Because if he doesn't, well then, he has no point. That's the issue.
An analogy or a comparison between Superman effectively being an asylum seeker to illegal immigration, you are subverting and co-opting the Superman franchise for political propaganda, and people are going to be pissed, especially if it's clunky, shoehorned nonsense that you're forcing in.
Okay.
Shad, you and your group are making up an imaginary argument and getting mad about it. At no point did James Gunn ever mention illegal immigration. You're just delusional. That's what it simply is. You're just bullshitting yourself. That's it.
Taylor's doing the same crap in the comics.
Superman is the story of America, Gunn said, though it should also be noted that Gunn and DC have taken extreme care to omit Superman's classic American way motto from the film's promotion. Yeah, what was that line? Like, he says the truth, justice, and now you know the rest. But I can't say it, but you know the rest. You saw that in one of the interviews. And then he's like, he's an immigrant that came from other places and populated the country. Other places and populated the country? Hang on, what? Superman didn't.
Immigrants, those are pioneers.
Yeah.
Those are pioneers.
But Superman didn't populate the country. He's not having that.
He populated the country by populating it, by being a part of the population. So yeah, he did populate the country.
Any kids?
The only way they win this fight is by trying to make it where we're all against immigrants, not illegal immigrants, but immigrants. So it has to be like we don't hate people who broke the law and have subverted our country's laws to get in here and exploiting our resources and our kindness. We're against immigrants in general. That's the only way they win here on an ethical level. That's kind of why they always forget.
That's the straw man.
What the fuck are you talking about? No one's winning anything. He just traveled the country. What kind of delusional paranoia is... Oh my god, these people are fucking morons. They're such fucking idiots. No one said anything about beating anyone. You're the only one talking about it. Hell, even Ben Shapiro and Yellow Flash, who are both on your same side, didn't go into this level of delusional paranoia about James Gunn beating anyone. You are so brain rotted by the internet, you've convinced yourself that this imaginary quote that came up in your heads, because the actual quote you're not even reading, you're making shit up as you go. You're so delusional, like the bunch of losers that you are, that you think that this is somehow about some competition. No one said anything about that. You losers. You weirdos. Complete fucking weirdos. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, that's the straw man
Sorry,
that they
I,
make.
I gotta pound back on this. It's freaking pioneers. An immigrant is someone who comes to a place that has been built and freaking civilized and all that stuff. This
And conquered.
country, this country was built by pioneers. It wasn't built by immigrants.
They were
Immigrants are the
settlers.
people who came after.
Actually, it was built by immigrants. They built everything. The pioneers didn't build shit. The pioneers went places and went, yep, this is a place I have not been to before. We're going to claim it for America. But they didn't build the railroads, the roadways, the buildings, the foundations. None of that was built by you guys. It was built by the immigrants who moved to the country who were looking for work. That's who built it. Pioneers didn't build shit. None of this. This is such I'm not sure if they lack historical knowledge or they're just lying. But anyone with a 6th grade history lesson can tell you how that's wrong. Genji, welcome as a reader. Welcome. I'll be posting the Discord link after this stream, which I think should be around 11 o'clock probably. I don't think I'm going to go much past that. This is bizarre. Oh, or slaves, that too. The slaves built a lot too, because, none of the pioneers did anything. This is ridiculous. Oh my goodness.
After it was built.
Yeah, so you would identify them as settlers, not immigrants.
Right.
But at the end of the day, which one is it though? Because on one side of the mouth they say, "Oh, this country's built by immigrants." The other side of the mouth they say it was built by slaves. So which one is it? I guess
Both. It's built by both.
that depends on what day it is.
Involuntary immigrants.
It's kind of like
Both. The answer is both. Anyone who says one or the other is too short-sighted. It's both.
Hispanics are white sometimes, and minorities another time, or brown sometimes. It depends on like whether we vote Republican.
Hispanic people are from Spain. So, yeah, they're white. Latinos, you're talking about. They are from... they aren't white. But Hispanic people are white. There's a big difference between a Latino person and a Hispanic man. So, there you go.
If we vote Republican,
Yeah.
we're white.
You could also identify Superman as a refugee, perhaps. But
A refugee is also an immigrant.
not an immigrant. He wasn't actively choosing, I'm going there for a better life. It's like their planet was blowing up and they were forced to leave.
Choice has nothing to do with it. You just relocate permanently to the location. You don't have to deliberately choose anything.
And
Just
if
so
they
it
had
was
the preference, they would have stayed because they like their home and it was probably
Yeah,
more
they
superior.
didn't send him here so that he could make more money than he
Yeah.
could on Krypton.
That's not what the... Do you not know what the word immigrant means? Do you not know what the definition of the word means? Jesus Christ.
No, Krypton probably had better, resources and technology and a much superior civilization that they would have liked to have stayed, but they were forced to leave because the planets blew up. These are not equivalent things. And to try and shoehorn
Shad, why did the planet for Krypton blow up? Maybe there's actually multiple answers to that one. That's a unfair question. There's a few answers as to why Krypton blew up.
in a political message equating Superman's situation with modern day immigration is just retarded.
Right, and that's kind of Superman's thing, is he's supposed to symbolize everybody. He's not supposed to take one political stance on one hot button political issue and divide the DC audience or the movie going audience. This is just juju.
No, that's not what he represents. He represents fighting oppression. He wants to fight those who oppress. Hell, Superman in his earliest comics, Mike, which you should know because you're supposedly a comic book insider, he fought union busters and beat up people who were abusing the workforce. He was very pro-worker in the early comics because the writers, the creators of Superman, were very much pro the little guy. didn't take sides. He fought the Nazis. You've said that yourself. That's taking a side. That's not being ambiguous. Now, he was kept out of unpopular wars. Yes, that is true by DC editorial. They did keep him out of unpopular wars. However, that is not to say that's the same as saying he is apolitical. Hell, his biggest villain became the President of the United States, and he fought him. User 225, immigrant is Shad's hairline immigrating north. Shake my head. I don't want to make fun of anyone's hairline at all. And hey, listen. Most men do go bald or go gray in a lifetime. Thankfully, my hair, I think, is going to go gray. I'm hoping. So that's good. So we got that going for me. But I digress. Yeah, he fought the Klan. That was a major thing in the radio show. He took a big side with that. To Kellogg's detriment at first, but the ratings are too good to deny it. So all of this is just so ridiculous. Completely so.
Yeah. And so even like, we have some discussion like no refugees have to actually ask for refugee status. So he would be, he's a baby, can't really ask.
Right. Infants
but
can't.
if he could, I'm assuming he would, right? And also he would be classified as an asylum seeker as well, by default, I would say. Right. And again, massive false equivalences if they're trying to force this to be like, modern day immigration. OK, where Superman clearly was in different circumstances and equates for different things. Right. Than people breaking the law to enter a country illegally because.
Chad, no one mentioned illegal immigrants except for you idiots.
Has better welfare and other things. And I'm actually, if you want to know my views on immigration, I am.
I don't care about your
if they
views
don't get welfare benefits. In the
Chad, I really don't care about your views of immigration. I only care about your views on the Superman movie. The movie that you've been talking about for the last 40 minutes. But you haven't actually talked about it because you have no actual opinion on what James Gunn actually said. You get sidetracked with your own bullshit every 5 seconds. You want to hear my opinion on immigration? No, I don't want to hear your opinion on immigration. I want to hear you talk about Superman. The only thing people are listening to you about right now is your thoughts on the Superman movie. No one cares about your political views. No one cares about that. They just want to hear you talk about the movie. Stay on topic, focus, and answer a question without sidetracking yourself into complete useless babbling. Also, didn't you have actual hosts on this show once? What happened to those guys? Wouldn't he sit down with a bunch of friends in person and talk? Why is he associating with the lowest tier Comicsgate members of all time? That would be like if I reached out to say H Bomber Guy and he was like, "Oh hey H Bomber Guy, you want to stream with me for an hour complaining about politics?" Why is he doing this? This is bizarre.
To the country to make a life and be productive.
That's very Milton Friedman. You can either have a welfare state or you can have unfettered immigration. You can't have both.
Right? And without welfare, people know that they have to go to that country to make a life for themselves. They have to be productive and contribute back to that society.
Oh my God, Chad, just fucking talk about Superman.
You gotta have a pioneer mentality. Right?
Okay, I'm skipping ahead. He's rambling.
No, come to Australia to be an Australian. Come to America to be an American. And so
these
are kind of the views.
I just skipped 5 minutes of the video. They still have not talked about the fucking comic yet.
We have been leaning more on the right side of stuff, and so the concern about Superman is if it's going to be a subversive,
just get to the point,
propaganda, and that's what it is sounding like. Especially with the politics of the people making it. Okay,
finally,
just saying.
Back to the article. X-Men Superfan, thank you for Super Chat. Superman stands for the underdog. Wonder Woman is a feminist icon, and Batman stands against a broken system. The entire Trinity is political and not on their side. 100%. Batman fights the president in one of the most famous Batman comics of all time, The Dark Knight Returns. In both comics, actually, he fights the president. In Dark Knight Returns, Dark Knight Strikes Again. Wonder Woman is a ambassador who deals with massive, UN summits and all that. Sigh, thank you, Super Chat. When are they going to get to the fireworks factory? Right? It's dude, just get to the point. No one cares. Genuinely, no one cares what you have to say about immigration. Just talk about Superman. Just talk to about Superman. That's it. Every single other person, even the fucking 15-year-old edgelord with the bad greasy hair and bad teeth, knew to talk about Superman and not this rambling, incoherent nonsense. And they themselves were also not edited. They talked off the cuff as well. That's no excuse. Focus. Get on point. Okay, Ben Shapiro went on a weird tangent about New York City's mayor campaign, which is bizarre and ridiculous. But he also didn't pretend to be a Superman fan either, I don't think.
That Superman story is an immigration story. It's like, no, it's not. It's not really.
Yes, it is. It is an immigration story. He's an immigrant. It was written by immigrants. Mario Puzo, who wrote the first movie, was an immigrant. They all drew from life experience to write the story because it's a story about one guy moving to a different location to become a citizen of that new location. He is an immigrant. You can call him a refugee, you can call him an asylum seeker, but he is still, at the end of the day, an immigrant because asylum seekers and refugees are also immigrants. If you deny the fact that Superman is an immigrant, you are ignoring the fact that every single piece of DC literature about Superman has cited Superman as an immigrant. All of them, over the last 85 years, have referred to Superman as an immigrant. This is so not controversial, this is so basic, that even you should realize how stupid this sounds.
Superman, he came as a baby and was raised as an American citizen, okay? He's about as American as you can get. It's more of an adoption story than it is even close to an immigration story.
Well, it's
And what do we call that when you adopt someone from the country? They're an immigrant.
a story.
Yeah, well, that's part of the inspiration aspect of it.
Also, the immigrant story is the American story. Everyone in America immigrated to America, or their family immigrated to America. Everyone living in the country at some point came here because someone immigrated into America.
As well. And so that Papai says the decision to frame Clark Kent's journey as a metaphor for immigration isn't new, but the Times interview put Superman squarely in the crosshairs of today's deeply divided...
Hell, even the article you're citing says it's not new. Jesus. These fucking people, man. Even Death Battle, even Death Battle says it's an immigration story. Jesus. Oh, even the natives are immigrants. They weren't native here. They came from, like, Russia and China over the land bridge. Even they're immigrants. There's not a single human being in the United States, in North America or South America, whose family at some point did not immigrate here.
Political landscape. When asked about how audience might react to the film's themes, Gunn didn't hold back. He says this: yes, it plays differently, but it's about human kindness, he said. And I wonder about it. It's like, hang on, is his take on kindness going to be that you should allow any number of people into the country illegally because that's the kind thing to do? And it's like, oh,
what the fuck are you talking about? He's just saying that we've forgotten about what kindness is like. That kindness is a universal value. It has nothing to do with immigration. He's just kind. That's it. Shad has now completed his transformation into Don Quixote, fighting windmills he's constructed in his swamp castle about nothing burger arguments that don't actually exist. Jesus Christ, Shad. Oh man, if you weren't so funny, I'd be more mad about it. Oh my god. Even though it is so incredibly frustrating, it is so entertaining. It is such buffoonery. It's hard not to be entertained by it. I can't be mad. I really can't. It's just too funny. It's frustrating that he rambles and is incoherent and boring. Yeah, that's true. But my god, the buffoonery is just too funny. That's what he is. He's a buffoon. He's a clout-seeking buffoon. That's all it is. Oh my goodness. Okay, let's keep going. Let's finish. Let's get as far as we can before we give up.
Hold up. No, that's not the take that a lot of people would agree with there, James.
That kindness, okay, Shad. In the first 15 minutes of your rambling ridiculousness, you said the exact same thing James Gunn just said. The exact same thing. But because James Gunn is saying it, you're now disagreeing with him. Yeah, you didn't say it verbatim, but you said basically the same thing until you started rambling about, being transphobic and bullshit. But you still said the same basic thing he said. Your interpretation's different, but you just said what James Gunn said. Almost, entirely. In your rambling buffoon way. So yeah.
Because there's a lot of people that come into certain countries illegally that are criminals, and then they commit crime. And having issues with that, I think is perfectly reasonable. But it's like, no, you should let everyone in because that's just the kind thing to do. It's like, hang on a second.
Here's the weird thing.
Shad, no one said that. My God, Shad. Oh my goodness. Such fucking foolishness. No, Shad, you're not correct.
Though, like the headline phrases this very differently than what he actually said. The headline's like, oh yeah, the immigration is great, and screw you guys if you don't like it. So what he actually said was, yes, it plays differently, but it's about human kindness, and obviously there will be jerks out there who are not kind, and will take it as an offensive just because it's about kindness. But screw them. So it's like that's way different than what the headline he said.
How is Literature Devil the one with common sense here? Oh my God. Literature Devil just summed up the problem with your entire reaction, Shad. Somehow he's the one with common sense here. You all reacted to a headline, and then when Literature Devil was like, wait, hang on a second, the quote doesn't say anything what the headline said. Oh, okay. Immediately he deflated in terms of his entire reaction.
I don't know, because I think he's trying to frame his politics as kindness, and that's the false.
That's the main issue.
That's the issue. It's like, my politics is just.
Nope. Back to the Kool-Aid. They wanted to guzzle that Kool-Aid down. Okay, never mind. Okay, you almost were right. You were almost onto something there, Devil. And then you just decided. Then Shad's like, no, actually, here, have some Kool-Aid. Oh, okay, thanks. And then you guzzled it down and asked for seconds.
Kindness, and if you disagree with it, screw you. And it's like, hang on, we disagree with your politics being defined as kindness. We kind of talked about what kindness was at the beginning. I don't think just letting anyone into a country unfettered is kind, okay? I think it can be very cruel to, one, the citizens of the country, especially if there's a lot of criminals coming in and other things like that.
Oh my God, Shad.
And just on an economic level.
Shad, you wrote a book. How is your reading comprehension this terrible?
Does to people's prospects and job opportunities and everything like that, okay? It gets so much more complicated than just trying to simplify and reduce it down to, it's just being kind. And it's
Is anything about economics? Law of supply and demand means if you keep pumping in more workers,
that's kind of the conservative thing. Where it's like, how about the logistics and the realization, like the realities of the situation versus the leftist thing, which is everything's great. Come on in. We should just take everybody. It's like there's no realism at all. There's like no attention to how we're going to do this, how we're going to feed everybody, where's the money going to come from. Like there's no attention to any of that. It's just basically it revolves around.
Oh my God, there's so little for them to talk about with this nothing controversy. They have to insert their own nonsense. They have to make a big thing up about it. Oh my God, you are all really stupid. Sigh. Well, read his book and you'll know why it's terrible. Oh, I've read his book. I know why it's terrible. But I'll read it again for a video at some point. That'd be good content, I think. Oh my goodness. Oh my God. I don't think I can take another second of this. This is too stupid. It's just too dumb. He's just too idiotic. It's not even like it's like slightly stupid. It's so radically stupid. At no point does he ever come close to the point. He's just making shit up. He can't even read a quote correctly. Oh my goodness. Okay, we're good. We're done here with this guy. This rematch was basically me watching Shad avoid mentioning a topic. When he finally got the topic, he proved he can't read, and that he's so delusional and brain rotted that he thinks James Gunn saying, "Hey, kindness is good," is a comment on illegal immigration. This man is just dumb. Genuinely, truly, thoroughly, ridiculously dumb. He is too stupid to function. Anyway, let's ignore that. There's no value in anything. If he had make his point 50 minutes in, there's no point listening to the last 12 minutes. But so far, Superman's looking pretty bright. 86%, 140 reviews. People in chat who've seen it said it was really good. And even the bad reviews, I think, sound pretty positive. Well, I want, if Shad responds, it'd be hilarious, but I suspect he probably won't. I think he's proven enough that his back and forth. By the way, just to remind everyone, at the start of the stream, I showed this. I'm going to show it again real quick. This is the chart of Shadiversity and I's, let's just say, interactions. We start off with again his video, his first Superman video, 22K views. His second, 67,000 views. My response, 67,000 views. His response to me, 21,000 views. So already lower response. Then it's a little big. That's fine. Then I responded back. Over 260,000 views. And his response on his Shadiversity channel, which is his over 1 million subscribers, only 48,000 views in response. So at no point did they ever come close. Even the stream we just reacted to, it was pitifully small compared to even my average stream. And that's not because I'm not bragging. I'm not trying to say I'm so much better than Shad as a result. No, that's not it. What I'm saying is that Shad is just desperate for attention, and he's kind of way fallen off in terms of any value of his original persona. Because the people who listened to him, who took him seriously, have grown up. And he's just not offering what they need to hear. And it's sad. It really is. Yeah. Literature Devil is a character too. Don't make him being slightly more reasonable than Shad as any indication that he is reasonable. He's not. And Mike S. Miller, again, I've encountered him since the Comicsgate days with CBR. He's ridiculous. Truly is. But yeah, so, a couple of small housekeeping details. Friday's video is, if you haven't seen my newest video on Jurassic Park, I do recommend you take a look at it. Just came out. It's pretty good, I think. It goes in detail about my feelings on Jurassic World and all that. Some people really like it, some people don't. That's fine. Friday's video is going to be another superhero video. And then next week, I'm going to release my response to every single Fantastic Four adaptation so far. Yes, every movie, even the unreleased ones, and the cartoons. I'm watching it all. God help me. And I'm also doing research on ethical films that were made, unethical films. A lot of dead horses I noticed in the golden age of cinema. Let's see if I missed any super chats before we go. Real quick. Adrian Parchman, which is worse, CD Lily Orchard's Stockholm or Shadowbringer's Shadow the Conqueror? Anthony as the Clue Master. Stockholm. It's not even a question. Stockholm is worse. Stockholm is absolutely sexually repugnant, given the topics of it. That is infinitely worse than Shadow the Conqueror, which is just edgy fanfiction. Edgy writing. X-Men Superfan. Tomorrow is Argentinians Independence Day, so I will be able to watch Superman tomorrow. They are making use of the holiday. That is incredible. I hear it's going to be pretty big in South America. I've been hearing a lot of positive buzz there with the box office. We're ending the poll with over 630 votes. 96% of people said that Chad would be offended, and 3% said no. That is odd. It's a percentage missing. I do not know what it is, but who knows what was going on there. Thank you, everyone, so much for watching. Let me see where I can dump Before we go, though, I do want to see where I can dump you all, because there's got to be somewhere I can put you. There's got to be someone streaming right now. Let me take a look. let me take a look at who's streaming right now that I can throw you towards real quick. Let's take a look. Let me see. What unsuspecting soul is streaming right now, aside from not too many people actually, unfortunately. Goddamn, Alchemist course off. Okay, I guess there's no one really here. So I guess what I'll end up doing is I will, 1 second, let me see right here. Redirect right here, okay. Let me see. Oh, I know. Let me try this. Okay, well, I won't do that. Okay, that's fine. Okay, none of that. Okay, that's fine. Anywhere else? Let me see real quick. Oh, I know. I'm going to redirect you to oh. This looks good. Okay. I'm going to redirect you right here. Okay, so I'm going to redirect you to a little movie I think I'm going to do. Okay. Everyone, thank you so much for joining me on this adventure. I really deeply appreciate it. Stick around. Come to watch my Jurassic Park video. It could use the views. Guaranteed, it could definitely use the views. It's doing all right, but hey, it could always do more views. Thank you so much, and as always, have a great rest of the evening. Take care, everyone, and see you later.